ain't seen nothing like this yet. Yeah, grab your friends, let's make some noise. Feel the rush, let's jump for joy. Dance around and lose control. Welcome to the Mama Bear Show. Welcome, welcome, here we go. Feel the magic, feel the glow. Laugh and sing and dance along. Welcome to the Mama Bear Show. Everybody raise your hands. Feel the rhythm with the band. From the start until the end. Every moment, every trend. Feel the love, it's in the air. Music lifts you everywhere. Every smile and every cheer. Mama Bear is finally here. Welcome, welcome, here we go. Feel the magic, feel the glow. Laugh and sing and dance along. Welcome to the Mama Bear Show. Welcome, welcome, here we go. Feel the magic, feel the glow. Laugh and sing and dance along. Welcome to the Mama Bear Show. Everybody raise your hands. Feel the rhythm with the band. From the start until the end. Every moment, every trend. Yeah. Feel the love, it's in the air. Music lifts you everywhere. Every smile and every cheer. Mama Bear is finally here. Welcome, welcome, here we go. Feel the magic, feel the glow. Laugh and sing and dance along. Welcome to the Mama Bear Show. Welcome to the Mama Bear Show. Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Boy, as things happen in here in New York. Wow. What a morning. What a morning. Wow. Did things transpire last night and this morning? Wow. Did things happen? I don't know if anybody has been watching the news this morning and last night, but wow. Has anybody been watching the headlines in the news? As of this morning, last night, it came out in the news that Mayor Adams was facing an indictment, a federal indictment, not just an indictment in New York State, but a federal indictment. Possibly, it's allegedly campaign financing. As of this morning, they are searching the mayor's mansion, which is called the Grace Mansion in New York City. So they are in the process right now of searching the mansion. Federal authorities are there. New York PD is there. Hey, support. So they are searching the mansion this morning. So as of this morning, they are searching the mansion. So as of this morning, the mansion is being searched. I was watching it for a while. It has been an interesting search. So they are searching the mansion this morning. I am not going to play it all because it is a lengthy search, but they are searching the mansion. There has been federal going in and out all morning. Yes, the NYPD is there. The NYPD is there on location with them, but they have been in and out all morning, searching the mansion. So it is interesting that they are searching the mansion because this case started last year. This started last year when they seized all of his electronics. They seized all of his electronics. They seized his campaign manager's electronics as well as others. I can't remember the whole list, but they seized others. Electronics at the time. They seized many electronics, and they started investigation. Now, I've heard rumors that this is over Turkey and contributions through Turkey. Now, as of right now, his NYPD commissioner has resigned. 2 fire chiefs have been arrested and federally indicted. The chief counselor for the city has resigned. The counselor for the education has resigned. There has numerous people resigned at this point. So New York City is spiraling downward and out of control at this time. Hey, Grim, how are you? Hey, Money, how are you? So New York City is in some dire at this time. And what is this going to all bring? I don't know. But if you realize New York City is state taxes. New York City is funded by their taxes. Okay. By the city taxes. It is also funded by New York state taxes, meaning all of New York state, all of our taxes go to New York City. But everybody has to realize something here in the US. Okay. Okay. Everybody's got to realize something. Okay. Federal money is also going to New York City. So everybody in the United States is funding New York City. So this is also federal money that is going to New York City. So everything that happens in New York City is also federally funded. So this money is not only New York City money, New York State money, and New York City money. It is also federal money that Adams is spending. So I don't know if everybody realizes that, but it's also federal money that he is spending. So people have to remember that this is also federal money that is being spent. So everybody has to realize that And a lot of people don't think about that. Oh, it's just New York City money. No, it's New York City money, it's New York State money, and it's also federal money. And people aren't thinking about that. That is also federal money that is being spent here. So everybody has to wake up and smell the coffee, smell the roses. That is federal money that is being spent here in New York City, because our governor sent federal money to the city, and it was spent there. So people have to realize that. And on top of that, welcome money, welcome support, welcome Grim. Hello, everybody. How you like what's going on down there, money? It's your city. How you like that? How you like what's happening down there, money? How you like what's going on down there? Wake up to some interesting action going on down there, huh? Right. Federal means all of you. Yep, your money's going down there to New York City. That's right. And every lawsuit that NYPD gets into, that's sued. Every time they get sued, every single time they get sued, and they pay out thousands and thousands and millions of dollars. Remember, some of that money you're paying for. So that corrupt NYPD money, some of that money is coming out of your pocket. I don't know if y'all realize that, but it's coming out of your pocket. And if you look it up, how much money it's been in the billions of dollars in the last few years that we have paid in corrupt lawsuits because of what NYPD has done. Because of what NYPD has done. NYPD is very, very corrupt, and many, many officers are corrupt in NYPD. You can look up NYPD officers. You can look up NYPD officers here at https://www.50-org. Hey, Shelley, and you can look up the corruption. You can look up their corruption. You can look up all their badge numbers, and you can look up the corruption and how corrupt they are. You can look up how corrupt they are, and they are very corrupt. Some states allow you to look up theirs. Someday I'm going to sit down and try to figure out how we can look up every state. But a lot of the New York City Police Department have left state and have gone to other states because they are incentive to leave state. A lot of them have gone to Florida because they offered them big money, moving expenses, and they left and went to Florida. A lot of the corrupt officers. They've gone to Texas. They've gone to many other departments. And it's interesting how they have left and gone to other states. Um, and they can go wherever they want to go, but their record still stands in New York State. It's interesting how they leave and go to other states. But last night, he came out, Adams did, and said it was all corruption. He did nothing wrong. He came out last night and said he did nothing wrong in a press conference. Adams came out and said he did nothing wrong. He came out and said he did nothing wrong. He came out and said he did nothing wrong.
Based on lies. But they would not be surprising. I always knew that if I stood my ground for all of you, that I would be a target. And a target I became. For months, leaks and rumors have been aimed at me in an attempt to undermine my credibility and paint me as guilty. Just this past week, they searched the home of our new police commissioner, looking for documents from 20 years ago, just 1 week after he joined my administration. Enough. I will fight these injustices with every ounce of my strength and my spirit. If I'm charged, I know I am innocent. I will request an immediate trials so the New Yorkers can hear the truth. New Yorkers know my story. They know where I come from. I have been fighting injustice my entire life. That fight has continued as your mayor. Despite our pleas, when the federal government did nothing as its broken immigration policies overloaded our shelter system with no relief, I put the people of New York before party and politics. Now, if I am charged, many may say I should resign because I cannot manage the city while fighting the case. I can also understand how everyday New Yorkers will be concerned that I cannot do my job while I face accusation. But I have been facing these lies for months since I began to speak out for all of you and their investigation started. Yet the city has continued to improve. Make no mistake, you elected me to lead this city, and lead it I will. I humbly ask for your prayers and your patience as we see this through. God bless you, and God bless the city of New York. Thank you.
Okay, how many believe that bullshit? Hey, Mellows. I don't believe that bullshit. I don't believe it at all. Not at all. Not at all. Hey, look who's joining us. Good morning. Hello, Robert. Mac, how are you?
Honey, mama, babe.
Good morning.
Woke up.
Yeah, I don't believe a single word that Adam says.
Is he a
I
politician?
don't. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a.
Um, they searched his, they're searching the governor's mansion right now.
What are they looking for?
He is the mayor of New York City.
Oh, right, this is the guy, yeah.
Yeah, they indicted him.
Good.
Hey, Miles, how are
This,
ya?
they still won't tell us why.
There is campaign finance.
What, did he fund one too many P. Diddy parties?
No idea. But he's the one that presented Diddy the key to the city.
I'm telling you, this is all about P. Diddy.
Um, they're going after him for supposedly it's campaign finance case. They searched the new uh, they searched the new police chief's house this last week. Um, they searched his house. So the feds are going full blower. The feds are going full blower on this. Yep, they served the indictment this morning. It's still sealed. It has not been unsealed yet. This morning I watched for a little over an hour outside Grace Mansion, because that's what the mayor's home is called. It's called Grace Mansion. They black cars were going in and out, in and out, in and out. So it is interesting to see what's going to happen. When they unseal the indictment, I'm sure they're going to unseal it today. Because if the feds were there, I'm sure they have arrested him. But you got to remember, this is not a state case. This is a federal case. So it's all up to the feds on how they do it. And this is the Eastern. So how they do it, it's a federal case. So he will be indicted. He will go to court, to the federal courts. It's nothing to do with the state of New York. It's all federal. So it's going to be interesting. But it's interesting on Diddy's case as well. There's a few interesting things about the Diddy case. Because on the indictment, all they did was state those that there was. They didn't list any victims. That's the key thing that may get, they're going to have to do a supersede indictment on Diddy. Because they didn't list victims on that indictment. Okay? There's a few things about that indictment that the feds screwed up. They didn't list victims. They didn't state victims. And also, they only said freakouts. They didn't state there was freakouts, that he was involved in the freakouts. They only stated that there was freakouts. They didn't indicate him in the freakouts. The feds screwed up on those indictments. And I watched 3 or 4 different attorneys state that he wasn't indicted in participating in the freakouts. He only facilitated the freakouts. He wasn't indicted in participating in the freakouts. So, correct. I agree. There's a bunch of rich pedos. I agree. That's my opinion as well. And opinions, we all have opinions. So they're going to have to do another indictment, supersede indictment, to get all that facts in. So they're going to have to get they've got to get those indictments in. But like the federal prosecutor said, there's more indictments coming. So I hope in those other indictments they get them in. But I'm wondering if they sped up the indictment because they felt he was a flight risk. That's what I'm wondering. That's what I'm wondering, if they felt he was a flight risk. If they felt he was a flight risk and he was getting ready to flee. Is that why they sped up the indictment? If that's why they sped up the indictment. It makes me sick to my stomach as well, Robert. It makes me sick to my stomach. It makes me sick to my stomach. Very sick to my stomach. Very sick to my stomach. How some people can very sick to my stomach. Yeah, it could be. It could be. So, very well could be. But now just waiting to see when and if they unseal the indictment. I know everybody is standing outside of federal court right now. It is pouring down rain in New York City. People are all standing outside of the federal courthouses. He is campaigning illegal donations from Turkey. Is what they're saying. I am looking to see if I can find it. If they have read the indictment yet. If they have read the indictment yet. I don't think they've read the indictment yet. because I haven't seen it anywhere yet. So, but I agree, Robert. I agree. I agree. Well, he wasn't going to get bailed because he owns his own plane. He owns his own plane, Shelley. Um, he owns his own plane, and I think he one thing to do was forfeit his and ground his plane. He didn't voluntarily ground his plane. He gave his passport up, but because he owns his own plane and he can turn off his tracking in his plane, that's nothing. You can turn off your tracking in your plane. They do it for Air Force One.
All
They do it
military
for Air
planes.
Force One.
All military planes can do that.
Yep. So, you know, when you can turn off tracking on planes, come on. It's a hop, skip, and jump for him.
They're not supposed to be able to just turn it off.
He wanted to live in Florida. Okay? He didn't want to live in California. He wanted to live in Florida.
So he's got enough money to live anywhere he wants.
Yep.
Oh, bollocks.
Florida to Cuba. How easy is it to jump from Florida to Cuba? And once he landed into Cuba, he could fly anywhere. He could fly anywhere. Well, Robert, you're wrong. Because I know for a fact there's a case here in New York where a guy killed a college student and he is in another country and the U.S. cannot bring him back because he cannot be extradited. He doesn't have money. He doesn't have money because before the body was found, he flew out of the country. Oh, yeah, did he? He's got enough money, he could buy his freedom. He could buy his freedom. He has enough money, he could buy his freedom. Unfortunately, Robert, he has enough money, he could buy his freedom. That's where you're wrong. He could buy his freedom. Diddy could buy his freedom. Yep. He wasn't given bail. He's already had his third hearing. He's had his third hearing already, and they denied the bail on that one. No, they have not seized his money. No, they have not seized his money. Nope, they have not seized his money or his assets. They've got a tie. He'll never see it. He'll never see it because the feds just And you know, he was given contracts, singing contracts to singers, to people that couldn't sing. He was given contracts to people that couldn't sing. They had no businesses in the industry. It was just to keep them quiet, allegedly. It was just to keep them quiet.
Oh, wow.
You know, he was something else. And that was proven long time ago. Long time ago. He's up to 10 law. I read the other day, and I've got records of it because I've got a file. 10 different lawsuits right now. He's up to 10.
Do you remember the conspiracy theories back in the day? No one believed.
Yeah.
You know,
Yep.
so there's another conspiracy theory that turned out to be bang on the fucking money.
Yep. 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 Yep.
Told you,
Yep.
running out of conspiracy theories, man. We've got none left.
Yep. 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 Another thing that people need to take note of is what is happening in the state of Florida. We have a lot of friends, family. I know I do in the state of Florida. I have a friend down there that lives in the center of Florida who has 20 dogs. He owns a dog rescue down there. He can't evacuate because of the dogs. They are sheltering in place because he owns a dog rescue down there. They can't leave because of the dogs. They are sheltering in place. We did hear from them this morning that they are sheltering in place. He had to go into work this morning to secure the building this morning where he works. And then he is going back home to finish up securing the dogs. They do have secure buildings for the dogs. The last I looked at the weather report, it is a 2, but they expect it to hit anywhere between a 3 and a 4. They cannot take 20 huskies in any vehicle, Shelley. 20 huskies were not going to go in a vehicle. And unfortunately, these are big huskies. These are the animals that people have deserted. Yes, there's 20. He owns a rescue there. People desert dogs, and you got to remember, people, this is people have lost so much in the last few hurricanes, Shelley. People have abandoned their dogs from many hurricanes. And he is the love of huskies. He loves huskies. And they have gone 50 miles to 100 miles and rescued huskies. And matter of fact, they have actually brought some of them back up here. Robert, I know plenty of people that have left movie sets because of the ship. And they have rescued the huskies. Some of them they have rescued have been readopted. But people drop animals all over the United States, and they have them. That's they're treated, they're fixed, and they provide them loving homes, very loving homes. And once they can adopt, they adopt. If they can't be adopted, they are cared for until it's time. And unfortunately, with 20 of huskies, it would take an army of people to move them. So yes, and I'll rest. They're full. So they are sheltering in place. They will move the dogs to safety within their home. So, but I did catch the live this morning of DeSanza talking just a little bit ago on the live of the update.
Serious debris removal. So please take the appropriate steps. As we've said all along, this storm was never projected to make landfall in on kind of the Florida Peninsula Gulf Coast, whether you're talking about Sarasota, Tampa, some of those areas. But because it's such a big storm, it's churning a lot of water. And so you're going to see surge all up and down the west coast of Florida. The water is going to rise, and that is going to create hazards as well. So just because you're outside the cone, and I think a lot of those parts on the west coast of Florida are probably outside the cone, that does not mean that you're not going to see significant impacts. We have overnight had 14 different tornado warnings. There's likely to be more of those throughout today. Warnings were issued in Palm Beach, Hendry, Glades, and Collier County. Now, parts of our state are starting to feel the effects already. Certainly, if you're in North Florida, you still have time to execute your plan, but you got to do it now. You have time to get to a shelter, but you got to do it now. Every minute that goes by brings us closer to having conditions that are going to be simply too dangerous to navigate. But if you are in the northern part of the state and you have access and you're in an evacuation zone and you've been told to evacuate, you do have time to do it now. So do it. But don't wait another 6 hours, 7 hours and say, oh, man, this thing looks big and think that you're going to want to go out. That will be very hazardous to do that. With all of the evacuation orders, there's going to be a time, and some of that time may have been reached in southern parts of the state, where your local official is going to tell you it's too late to stay put. I don't think that we've reached that in northern Florida yet, but wherever you are, if your local EM officials say that it's too hazardous to go and that you're better off just hunkering down, heed that advice. I know Jared's talking about with the folks about the winds. We're looking at the Skyway Bridge is having, I don't know if they've closed it yet, but I think that was imminent. So you're starting to see this. So just listen to your local officials, depending on where you are in the state. And there will become a time in North Florida as the hours pass today where they may tell you stay put. But don't put yourself at risk. We have fatalities on the roadways in hazardous conditions almost every storm, and those can be avoided with proper planning. Remember also, we're going to experience power outages. A lot of people use generators, and that's great, but please use the generator properly. If you use the generator inside your house, that could kill you. You got to keep the generator outside the house, a safe distance from any doors or windows. You can't let the carbon monoxide get into your home. So please use the generators appropriately. Also, in terms of shelters. So if you are in an evacuation zone, you've been ordered. Some people just recommended evacuation. Some people may not have been told to, but they look and maybe they feel like they need to get out. There are shelters available. If you want to look at the shelters available in your particular county, go to floridadisaster.org/shelters, and you will see the options that you have. All counties are required to have at least one pet-friendly shelter. So please do not leave your pets behind. Make sure that you take them with them. We want to keep our pets safe in addition to our families. The Division of Emergency Management has partnered with Uber, we announced yesterday, to provide free rides to shelters for Floridians in counties that are under a state of emergency, which is almost all of them at this point. So if you want to use that, the Uber code is Helene Relief when you book your ride. Just one, all in one, no space, Helene Relief, and when you book your ride. So take advantage of that. Obviously, we're reaching the point where that's not going to be an option as the storm gets closer. But I can tell you, if you're in Tallahassee, if you're in Wakulla, if you're in some of the northern Florida, and there's Ubers available, you still have time right now to be able to take advantage of that. Lastly, as we've learned in major storms, two of the greatest dangers are tree limbs falling on roofs, as well as driving during the storm. So once the storm hits, do not go out on the roadways. There will be hazardous conditions. Do not drive in standing water. You're going to see roadways that are going to be flooded throughout the state of Florida. You're putting yourself at risk if you do that. Also, if you're sheltering at your home, be aware of the tree limbs that are on your property or adjacent to your home. Try to be in an interior room or away from limbs that could fall through the roof or window and cause harm. And we do see fatalities that happen in these storms because of tree limbs falling on homes. And you can have a great home that can withstand a Category 3 storm winds. It's a lot more difficult to withstand a big tree falling on your roof. So take a look at that and know that that is a very real hazard when it comes to this storm. Tampa International, St. Pete, Clearwater, and Tallahassee airports are now closed. Additional flight cancellations or delays are being reported at other Florida airports. Check with the airlines directly on specific flight updates, but given the magnitude of the storm, how far out some of the winds are going, and again, it's not going to be a Category 4 wind 200 miles away, but it's creating tropical conditions, and having flight cancellations or delays is absolutely something that is foreseeable and that you should take into account when you're making your arrangements. We do anticipate Tampa, St. Pete, Clearwater to open relatively soon after the storm has passed. And I know the people in Tallahassee are going to try to be doing that as well. Now, the storm is going to make landfall this evening. It will likely be dark by the time the storm passes. Do not try to do any work in the dark. You don't know what hazards are out there. There's going to be debris. There's going to potentially, in some parts, there's going to be standing water. That is difficult to navigate as it is, but to be doing that in the dark of night is hazardous. The sun's going to come out. You're going to have time to take stock of this. You're going to have time to do what you need to do. When you do that, make sure you're using proper ladder safety. We do have people that have accidents, and we've seen fatalities based on misuses of ladders. There are going to be groups that are coming into Florida that will help you with some of the things that may be damaged to your house. And Kevin and his team have worked hard with these groups now. We work with them for many storms. And so if you have somebody that's elderly, don't put yourself at risk by jumping on a ladder to remove a tree that may have fallen on your property. We get some of these guys to go out there and help you. There's going to be a lot of assistance available. So particularly for those who are elderly or who may be at risk, don't take the risk of doing that. Also, pay attention to live wires and avoid standing water. Now, the Division of Emergency Management has a total of 1,100 missions that are in progress. As Kevin mentioned, some of that is pre-storm, but a lot of that is people wanting to be prepared for post-storm response. And so they're going to continue fulfilling those requests. And that's everything from high water vehicles to generators to personnel. And we're going to continue to work with our folks, particularly our fiscally constrained counties up here in North Florida. There are 35,000 shelf-stable meals that are staged near the anticipated area of storm impact, and they will be deployed as needed. We also have tens of thousands of linemen that are at safe locations just outside potential area of impact. When that storm passes, they are going to go in and begin the power restoration. And that's something that's been a priority for us when we do the storm response. There is mutual aid available. I've spoken to the major companies. I've spoken to the co-ops. I've spoken to the municipals. I think everybody is of the same mind that they want to get after this very quickly. So if you have access to the mutual aid, take it. We want to be helpful at the state level to be able to help you do that. Whatever damage this brings, if we're able to get people back up on their feet with the electrical, that makes a huge difference. And obviously, we want to get the debris out of the road so people can move around again. So that is available, and we want to put those to use. Of course, we've mentioned many times how we use the Starlink internet devices. We've got over 100 that are deployed in areas that could lose the internet, and we've sent generators to 130 different gas stations. When the storms hit, it's usually not because there's not enough fuel that the gas stations aren't open. A lot of times it's because they don't have the power to be able to operate the pumps. Now, new stations and large stations are already built in Florida with new generators, but when you look at some of the stations in northern Florida, some of them are older, some of them are smaller. So Kevin and his team have dispatched 130 to gas stations. That will allow them to continue to sell gasoline in the immediate aftermath of the storm. And I know there's going to be a lot of people that are going to want. Kevin, I mentioned yesterday, and DEM have executed fuel contracts. So we've brought in a lot of fuel to the state of Florida. We haven't seen fuel shortages. I mean, there have been some lines places, but the fuel has been able to be replenished. So we feel good about the fuel situation that we're doing. We now have 3,500 soldiers. We can surge that by another 2,000 from our National Guard if needed. We have 200 state troopers with Florida Highway Patrol that will also deploy immediately following the storm. Florida Department of Transportation has 1,700 of its members that are working on preparing and staging and response to the storm. And that's 550 generators, 230 pieces of large equipment, and 40 large pumps. Be able to get some of that water out of some of these low-lying areas. Our Florida Division of Environmental Protection has pre-authorized 871 disaster debris management sites for the counties included in our executive order so that they can temporarily stage debris that is generated by this storm. And particularly in this Tallahassee region, we do anticipate there to be some significant debris. We also have troopers that have assisted with evacuations in a variety of Florida counties. And as of today, there are 80 healthcare facilities that have reported various levels of evacuations, hospitals, assisted living facilities, and nursing homes. So the storm, it's coming. We're already seeing some effects in the southern part of the state. We're going to continue to see conditions deteriorate throughout the rest of the day, and we are anticipating a landfall as likely a major hurricane sometime this evening. So if you are in the area of the expected landfall, this Big Bend, Tallahassee region, you still have time to execute that plan. You do have time to heed the call of your local officials if they're telling you to evacuate, but that time is certainly running out, and you're not going to have all day to be able to do that. So please make the decisions that are going to be best for you and your family. We're going to be here all through the storm, and we'll ride out the storm in the Emergency Operations Center. We anticipate that this building's going to be fine. We do have contingencies in place, but we're going to be itching to get on the scene and see what needs to be done in terms of helping up with the recovery efforts. We do have a lot of personnel that are staged and ready to go for search and rescue. We needed that in past storms. We haven't needed it in some of the storms more recently, like Idalia, as much because I think a lot of people heeded the warnings and were able to run away from the areas that had the big surge. We'll see what happens on this one, but we've got all our assets that are mobilized, ready to go. I've also been in contact with the sheriffs from the surrounding counties here. and they've been working with their residents about the impending storm. They've assisted with evacuations, but they also understand that some people have made decisions that they're going to hunker down, even though they were requested to leave. So regardless of how that shakes out, if there's people that are going to be in distress, we're going to be there to be able to assist in those efforts. And with that, I'm going to bring up Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you so much, Governor. And again, thank you for being here early with us and staying with us throughout this this impact that's going to be happening over the next 24 to 36 hours. With that being said, conditions in the Big Bend area today will continue to deteriorate, as the governor has mentioned. There is a danger of potential life-threatening storm surge along the west coast of Florida, including the Big Bend. Some areas could experience 3 to 5 and as much as 15 feet of storm surge today. Again, as I think visuals are always good. The men standing here with me are, around 6 feet tall, maybe a little bit taller. And, that's going to be as high as we can reach. It's going to be much higher than that. So you cannot survive that. So please make sure you're evacuating the area. If you're in the North Florida area, you do have time to evacuate, but that time is now. It is right now. You need to be moving to a location. We have shelters across the Big Bend area that are available. So please, if you need that information, floridadisaster.org/shelters to find out where a shelter is available for you. Please remember that evacuating doesn't mean you have to go all the way to Atlanta, Georgia. In fact, as the governor said yesterday, it's probably not the best place to go is up towards Georgia, as this is where that storm is going to go and dump a lot of rain. You only need to drive tens of miles. Again, get yourself to a shelter. That's where we need you to go. If you don't want to stay in a shelter, then yes, you're going to need to move west towards Pensacola, towards the deeper portions of the Panhandle, and seek some type of shelter in a hotel there. Again, you can get to that through our website by getting to Visit Florida and get that information. As the governor said before, we have the free Uber ride, so please make sure you're taking advantage of that. Again, we do not have a lot of mass transportation in the fiscally constrained counties around Tallahassee. So the division has activated a bus contract, and we are providing buses to individuals in the surrounding communities. If you need a ride and you're in the Big Bend area, you've got the Uber capability, but you also have the ability of calling 1-800-729-3413. Again, that's 1-800-729-3413, and we will send a transportation asset to pick you up. Again, we need to act on that right now. If you choose to shelter in place, you need to stay put until the storm has passed. I would also encourage you to call somebody and tell them you're sheltering in place. That way, there's some type of check and balance there so that we know that you did not evacuate. Again, we don't want you to shelter in place, but if you decide to do that, make sure you call a friend or a loved one outside the area and let them know. But don't forget to call them after to let them know that you're safe. If you hear trees snapping, this is a very, very valid point. We haven't really had an opportunity to talk about this. If you hear trees snapping around your home, treat it like a tornado. At that point in time, get to an interior portion of your home, most likely a bathroom, get as low as you can. If you have some type of protective material, a heavy blanket, a comforter, maybe a very, very small, thin mattress, get to that point, put it over the top of yourselves and hunker down there. Treat it just as you would a tornado. You will hear trees snapping. Pine trees snapping sound an awful lot like fireworks or potentially gunshots. So please make sure if you hear that, act immediately. Get to the interior portion of your home, away from glass, most likely a bathroom, and stay there until you hear that sound stop. If, again, for the people in the Tallahassee area, if all of a sudden it goes from catastrophic trees popping to absolutely nothing, that does not mean the storm is over. What that actually means is you're in the eye of the hurricane. All right. Do not go out and survey damage. This eye is projected to be anywhere from 50 miles wide to 20 miles wide. But again, if it's moving at 21 miles an hour and it's a 20-mile wide eye wall, you may have only 30 minutes, 45 minutes before that eye wall collapses right back on you and trees start snapping again. So again, if it goes from horrible and terrible to absolutely nothing, there's a 99% chance that you're in the eye wall. Stay in place. Do not move. We want to make sure you do that. Don't go in outdoors until it's deemed to be safe. If you lose power and are going to be using a generator, as the governor said, we want you to follow our 20-20-20 rule. There's an opportunity to do the last 20, but we want to keep it outdoors, 20 feet away from your home and away from all windows. You're going to wait 20 minutes before you refuel that generator. And then you make sure you keep it on a dry, flat surface, and then invest $20 to get you a carbon monoxide detector and put it inside your home. That'll save your life. Residents needing residents needing resources before and after the hurricane can call our state assistance information line at 1-800-342-3557. Again, that's 1-800-342-3557. We have individuals there for English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole speaking. And then also be sure to follow us on X, Instagram at FLSERT, that's at Florida CERT, and then on Facebook at FDM. And again, Governor, as well as John and Jared, thank you so much for everything you do for the Division of Emergency Management. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Jared.
All right. Thank you, Governor, for your leadership. Thank you, Kevin, for your leadership at the division, General Haas. We've been in very close coordination since this storm formed. We've been coordinating very closely with our law enforcement partners, with the Florida Highway Patrol, and also our industry partners at our seaports, airports, and rail. We have taken extensive efforts to prepare for this storm. As you heard from the governor, we have nearly 2,000 team members working the storm, staging, and preparing to respond. We are really looking at the path of the storm now and preparing our operation for cut and toss, for damage assessment, and for bridge inspection. We're going to be very focused on those coastal bridges as this storm passes through. We want to get them inspected and repaired as quickly as possible so people can move around. In the path of the storm, I-10 and US 98 are two major routes that we're going to be looking at. US 98 obviously has some vulnerabilities along the coast, so we're going to be focused on those. There will potentially be a lot of vegetative debris, a lot of trees down. Those trees can be wrapped in power lines. Please do not get out and explore. It can be dangerous. If you see water on the road, please do not drive through it, especially if it's around a culvert or a bridge. It can be very dangerous to drive through water. We have 120 bridge inspectors on standby. They will deploy immediately as soon as it's safe to do so. We're already beginning to see high wind speeds on the west Gulf Coast of Florida. As you heard from the governor, the closure of Skyway is imminent. And just as a reminder, when wind speeds reach 40 miles per hour or greater, local law enforcement and Florida Highway Patrol usually start to close those bridges. So if you still need to evacuate, please get out while you can move around safely. As the storm passes through, fl511.com is the most reliable place to get information on road closures, detours, etc. We will be updating that website live as the storm passes through. And throughout the night, we've had our 10 traffic management centers monitoring traffic live. We've had our road ranger service patrols on 24/7 operations, and we've been monitoring all of our roads during the evacuations and helping facilitate those evacuations. And we're going to continue to do that. Again, as the storm passes through, please remember there will be a lot of trees down. There will be a lot of vegetative debris. Do not drive through water. You heard from the governor, Tallahassee Airport, Tampa Airport, St. Pete are all closed. We hope to see those open up as soon as possible after the storm passes through. We have several seaports right now that have closed waterside along the coast, just preparing for the storm. And again, we'll coordinate closely with them and the Coast Guard to open those back up as soon as the storm passes through. Again, thank you, Governor, for your leadership, and we'll continue to work.
Also, as for folks that are in these low-lying areas that could experience major storm surge, electric vehicles, when they have the saltwater intrusion, that has generated fires in the past, and those are very difficult fires to put out. So if you do have one of those, try to get that to higher ground as well, because it does represent a hazard for the safety. And we actually had in Ian, we had homes that were completely fine withstanding a Cat 5 impact, and then got burned down because of the EV that was in the garage and caught fire. So try to avoid that if you can. Again, if you are particularly if you're in northern Florida, I mean, you can leave now. If you're in an evacuation zone, you have time to execute this plan, but that time is really running out very quickly. Listen to wherever you are in Florida, listen to your local officials about whether it has come to the point where you just need to hunker down. And that may be the case in some of the southern parts of Florida that are experiencing more impacts now. As the day goes on up here in North Florida, that is going to be something that they're going to say because it's going to be very hazardous conditions when you're and it's not going to be safe to be out on the road. So I want to thank everybody for mobilizing up to this point. We've got a lot of assets, as we always do, available, and we will bring those to bear as soon as the storm passes. And first, helping people with life and limb that may be in jeopardy, but then two, restoring the critical services, whether that's transportation or whether that is power. And we have the resources in place to be able to help do that. And with that, I'll take some questions. Yep.
With this storm being the third hurricane to hit the financially constrained counties, how much of a strain does that put on state resources to help these people that are struggling to pay for one storm, let alone three?
We've always stepped up and helped fiscally constrained counties in Florida, and we'll continue to do that. I mean, look, we put aside $500 million a year for disaster response. We started that when I became governor, and we're in a very strong fiscal shape. Now, we believe in utilizing whatever levers available. If I can get money elsewhere, I will do that for the counties, but we're in a good shape to be able to step up and help them. And, we'll see. This is not projected to reach a Michael strength, but, you never know, right? And, but I remember, like Mexico Beach, the debris cost was like $80 million and their annual budget was like $8 million. Well, that's not going to be something that's going to be feasible. So we know there's going to be need for support for fiscally constrained counties. Kevin and his team have already done a lot to help them on the outset and leading up to the storm, and we'll continue to be a good partner with them on the way back. Yes.
What could you tell locals on what should we expect for the aftermath of Tallahassee? I mean, will Tallahassee look like Tallahassee anymore after this?
Well, look, I think, on the one hand, if you look at the track that we were talking about last night, that was a track that we have not seen in that magnitude hit Tallahassee in anybody's lifetime. And if that were to happen, that there is just going to be a lot of debris. It is going to push down a lot of trees, and it will cause significant damage. Now, we always prepare for the worst and hope for the best. And as I said at the outset, you have seen the models nudge it more to the east. And if you're on the west side of the storm, the amount of damage is just less than if you're on the east side of the storm. That's just the way these things work. And if you look at the solutions, a lot of the model runs, there's a lot of them that have it more on the Idalia track. I think the NHC's cone, I think they've been on the western side of where all the models are. And I'm not saying that's wrong, but there is a lot of data out there that does want to nudge it east. So in terms of Tallahassee, every model run that nudges it east, if that's the track it takes, that will mean less damage. There's just no question. Anything that moves it west is just going to be more damage. And so we're prepared. I've spoken with the mayor of the city. We've spoken with the county leadership. I've spoken with the sheriff. People are ready. They're taking this seriously. They know that they have the potentially going to be called upon to execute a response that has just not been something that they've been called upon to do. I remember, I wasn't governor, but when they had Helene, that was not something that there was good preparation for on the local level. You had a lot of people that were without power for a long time. It just didn't seem. That is not the way it's being done this time. So I think that from local up, people are taking it really seriously, and we're going to respond accordingly. But this track change is going to make an impact. And if you told me it was going to hit 50 miles east of Tallahassee, then I'd be comfortable saying that the impacts would be less than what the track was yesterday, because it has to be. That's just the way these storms work. Yes.
I'm wondering what the scenario is that you're managing now on the power specifically for the affected Big Bend counties. Are we talking a couple of weeks, a month, maybe without power?
Well, a lot of times it just depends on the extent of the damage. We had Idalia. We had that was the fastest restoration from a major hurricane in the history of our responses. And part of it is because we had mutual aid with these electrical co-ops and the municipals. Just the way it is. I mean, the private utilities have more manpower, right? So if you're in an area, Florida Power and Light or Duke, they have some of the smaller outfits just don't have as much. So Kevin and his team, we've worked really hard to provide that mutual aid. Now, if you're talking about Tallahassee, the more debris that's there, that could interrupt the ability to get to the power lines. And so we're going to have Jared, we're going to have FDOT. They're going to be helping. I've spoken with the county and the city about making sure they have debris contracts ready to go, but getting the utility workers to the place where they can hook it back up is going to be something that's important. Now, if it's more of an Idalia track, this is like deja vu all over again, right? I mean, we had Idalia, we had Debbie, very similar tracks. If this does nudge east, you're going to have a storm that, maybe it's more powerful than Idalia. Maybe it's a little less. We'll see. Idalia reached Cat 4 before landfall, and then it receded to a Cat 3 when it hit landfall. So you could have something that's very similar. So I think there's a lot. But we're going to have over 30,000 linemen that are going to be staged and ready to go. I would note that there are some relatively minor power outages across the state, largely because of these tornadoes that we've seen. Now, those companies, a lot of that's FPL, and they'll get that back on very quickly. But I think the municipal and the rural co-ops, they've really embraced taking mutual aid. They've embraced going in and trying to get the stuff back on as quickly as possible. Now, if there is damage to not just the lines, but the underlying system that can be destroyed in these things, then that makes, because you have to rebuild the system. Now, it didn't happen in Idalia. It did happen in a couple areas in Hurricane Ian right there on the coast. Now, hopefully, there's not a projection that this is going to be as powerful as Ian, but you never know. This is they've got a great runway in the Gulf of Mexico. The water's warm. It's deep right where the storm is now. It could rapidly intensify. So if you have that structural destruction, then you have to rebuild. We did not have to do that in Idalia. And then what Kevin has been dispatching are these flood protection devices around the utility substations. And I think a lot of them have utilized that up here. So they've been able to do, and what that does is, if you have some surge, if you have a flood, it can keep that substation operating. And that makes a huge difference in terms of the power restoration. So we've got huge amounts of assets that are ready to go. The scope of the storm, the path of the storm is really going to depend on, in terms of the power, will depend on the path and scope of what ends up happening.
Do you know how many substations have that flood control device around it?
We built dozens of missions. Cody, I can get you a.
Okay. All right. Just curious.
Yes.
I have a question for Mr. Duffy.
Sure.
So with this major hurricane, or it's expected to become a major hurricane, or it was, up to maybe a Category 4, still things up in the air. Why doesn't Leon County have an evacuation order? A lot of people are leaving. They're scared. They're nervous. I know Wakulla does. Franklin, the counties around it do.
Yeah. So in reference to the question about Leon County specifically and evacuation order, we probably need to fact check that, because I do believe Leon County has an evacuation order right now for low-lying areas and manufactured homes, which makes sense. If you come here, and I'm going to just briefly, if you allow me, Governor, put my local county EM director hat back on. Where we sit at right now is 45, 50 feet above sea level. We are not going to have storm surge impacts here. There is no level A, B, C, D, E, F evacuation zone for Tallahassee. It's low-lying manufactured homes. That is their evacuation order. So, again, I want to give credit where credit's due. The governor's been up here talking about the mayor and the city getting much better, county getting much better at responding to these disasters. And they have been doing yeoman's work at getting ready for what's about to happen. So they have issued their evacuation orders for low-lying and manufactured housing, which is appropriate for this particular storm. We're not going to have storm surge. We're not going to have riverine flooding up all the way into Leon County proper. So, they're doing the right thing as a local former county EM director, and as a state director now, yes, 100%. We support their decisions on what they've done. They have opened up, I believe, 7 shelters here. They have asked the state to help supplement that. And I believe we have 3 other shelters in addition to that, ready and able to take on individuals in this area.
And the thing about, and Kevin's exactly right. You're not in a surge situation when you're talking about Leon, but and so you don't want to tell people, hey, just evacuate willy nilly. At the same time, individuals can look at their home, look what's around it, and assess what risk may be there, because you could have very powerful winds. You could see trees start to fall over. I mean, we had, at the governor's place, we had a really big tree there for Idalia, and Idalia was not, I mean, right now the track is closer to Tallahassee than Idalia was, and that tree fell over from that. And it didn't do structural damage to the home, but it's just, that was a massive tree. So the closer it is to Tallahassee, and the winds are 120, 125 potentially for what they're talking about, that is going to be. So you just as a resident, you look, you see, you think about, assess the risk, and there may be places, as Kevin said, you could treat it like a tornado, get in a place where you can hunker down, and maybe that's the best option for you. But it's hard to just fashion an evacuation order around that. I think you just got to trust people to make their own judgments. But debris is going to be an issue. Trees falling is going to be an issue. The more the track shifts east, the better off for Tallahassee, of course. The more that it stays on course or toggles back west, if that is possible. And it doesn't seem like that's where most of the models are tugging it right now. But, these things change. There's a lot of different factors on there that will, of course, mean more damage if it's a more westward path. But I think people can make their judgments about that. But we do have, in almost every storm, we have people that are not doing anything wrong. They're taking the storm seriously, and then a tree falls on the home and can cause fatal damage. And we've seen that. I mean, we had I think it was a young girl, and the most recent was just they weren't doing anything wrong. And it's a tragic thing, but that is a possibility, especially when you're talking about an area that has as much tree cover as Tallahassee. Okay, thanks so much.
Scary, isn't it? Mama Bear, you there? Oh, there you are.
Yep.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's scary, man.
Yeah, they're getting their money's worth out of that heart machine, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. How you doing, Mills?
I'm good, man. How you been?
I've been all right. All right. Yeah.
Nowhere near Florida.
Yeah. No hurricanes in Indiana.
Yes, it is surely whirling. They're expecting it to be a Cat 4 by the time it hits.
So it's reaching 100-mile-an-hour winds, reaching up to 135 mile an hour.
I'm glad
Yes.
they talked about the eye of the storm, because there are a lot of people out there that are ignorant about that part. They would they would think that the storm is over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. It is a Cat 2 right now.
Actually, from what I've been looking, it's been upgraded to Category 3, I think.
Now, is that coming from the Gulf or from? Yeah, it's coming
Gulf.
from
It's the Gulf.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
I suppose it's coming from that part of the world where the hot and the cold collide, right?
Yep.
The tropic
So is it just Florida that's in trouble, or New Orleans?
Oh no. Oh no.
It looks like it's a narrow I mean, from the map here. Let me see if I can bring the map up.
Yeah, I haven't looked it up for a while. And it's changed. It's changed so drastically. Also,
Yeah, and they're not accurate. These people make shit up all the time. Do you know what I mean? So.
oh yeah, you know, I always thought maybe it would be best to be a meteorologist. You know, just say 50% it's going to rain, 50% it's not. You know, and you still get paid.
All right, so here is. Oh, you got it
Oh
there.
wow, damn! It's going to get Alabama too.
So that entire area next to it. You see, can you imagine if it was over to the right? That would have affected the entire Florida. Just a little bit.
Of course, yeah.
Would have just devastated so many fucking people. How many millions of people in that small area?
Here is the storm right now.
Yeah. And it's going to go up. It's going upwards. So as soon as it hits there, it's going to get naughty.
This is the radar as of right now.
Oh shit! It's going all the way from freaking Kentucky. Damn.
Yep. This is the storm right now.
Telling you, heart machine working overtime.
This is the radar as of right now.
That's crazy.
You know, the crazy weather is just on the increase, not just in the US, but all over the world, man. I mean,
Oh yeah, I agree.
Because of the dramas, because of all these dramas and shit with Israel and Ukraine, no one's really been paying attention to
Exactly. Yeah.
what's been going on. But the weather is changing, and it's getting harsher, much harsher.
Yep, this is the radar right now in the US.
Wow, that's crazy.
Wasn't it Tokyo, Japan, the other day that got hit by, was it a storm or some shit?
Yep.
One of the islands or something. There we go.
Looks like it. Wow. Shit.
Yeah. One of the islands that was devastated or something. It was yesterday, the day before. Izu. Izu, the island Izu.
Does it cause a tsunami or anything?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're getting hit over there.
So it usually happens, you know?
Yeah.
And they don't even see it. They look at it and they're staring at it. It's like, oh shit, I need to run.
And we're about to hit the flood season as well for India. So stay tuned for that.
Yeah. Look what's happening over here.
Telling you, man. Harp. It's harp. Fucking motherfuckers.
Fucking everywhere.
Storm machines, bro.
Yeah.
It's fucking even Iceland. Shit.
Yeah.
Right here, so where I am, it's no. It's miserable the other day. It's all right.
Yeah.
But there is a certain amount of hysteria that these people like to drum up. These politicians and that. They'll never take. They'll take advantage of every crisis to take control.
Oh yes, of course they will.
So,
they will.
And anything to distract from what's going on right now. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Exactly. Instead of looking to the truth or the lies that they're saying and all that bullshit,
Yeah. But he's just going to be sitting there, the storm, because he doesn't even like Trump either. Do you know what I mean? And the fucking United Nations at the moment is just. I don't know if you guys caught that the other day, where the Turkish president came up and started going on about fucking joining the BRICS and fucking Israel this and that, and he's literally drawn the line in the sand with Israel. He's basically said openly that if Israel attacks Lebanon, or if it moves troops into Lebanon, tanks and troops go into Lebanon, that's where he draws the line. Right? That's where he's going to get involved.
Fuck.
So yeah, and Turkey,
The last thing we
a
need
huge.
is another fucking World War III. Come on.
Well, it's worse than that, because Turkey is literally one of our most strategically important NATO allies, right? I mean,
Yeah.
shit, NATO right now is like knee deep in fucking tactical warfare with Russia, clearly, right? Even though it's not admitted it directly, it is, right? And
Oh, and yeah, the longer it lasts too, you know, I'm scared of more of it getting
the longer it
to
lasts, the more difficult it is to stop
nuclear
it.
bullshit.
Yeah, the longer it goes on for, the more difficult it is to stop. You
Oh,
know, the
exactly.
Biden.
You know, the longer it goes, the more pissed off the president or the
Mm.
whoever the hell it is says,
This
"All
is,
right,
I reckon, this is the dead
let's
man
end this
trigger that
and
Biden's
just
got.
fucking bomb the fuckers." You
Yeah,
know?
I reckon this is the dead man's trigger that Biden's left for Trump, right? So if Trump wins and he comes in, he's going to come into a huge mess that he can't deal with. It's
Oh
like a
yeah,
chess.
and
You know,
he actually said that if he doesn't win, that we're gonna have another war.
mm,
So,
definitely
but
going to have a
I
war.
don't know.
It's just how far will they take it? We're going to have a
Yeah.
civil war, because that's what's going to fuck shit up. If America breaks out into a civil war, then the whole world is doomed, really. You can just imagine everybody's just going to start doing what the fuck they want to do. China's
Oh
going to,
fuck yeah. Oh fuck
you know what
yeah.
I mean?
Exactly.
You know, everyone's just going to, fuck it, let's go.
Yeah, all the other countries will be like, "Oh shit, they're having a civil war. They're at war," and all those
Right?
people that we let in that are known terrorists and all that shit. All that shit begins and all that crap, and bam, all the countries will get involved and take over.
This is it, man. I mean, what do you think this has been? This has been an invasion from day one.
Yeah.
From day one, you know, millions of fighting aged men have flooded our borders, right, to the tune of millions. They fucking kick off right now, we are all screwed, man. You know, I mean, this ain't going to be no war in some foreign country thousands of miles away. This is going to be a war on our doorsteps.
Yep.
And they've just disarmed us all.
It's disturbing, really.
Yeah.
More
It's a
than that.
checkmate move. It's
More
literally a
than that.
checkmate move.
Yeah.
Fucked if you do, you're fucked if you don't.
Exactly.
And then, you know, the minute it all kicks off, that's it. We have lost, right? Whether we win the war, the war is gonna the world is not gonna be the same.
Oh,
Millions
exactly.
of people, you know what I mean?
I
There is no
completely
winning
agree.
this.
I
There is no
completely
winning.
agree.
We lose, we all die. We win. Do you know what I mean? We just literally won a pile of ashes. That's what we won.
Yep. I mean, just think about how powerful our enemies are. You know.
How powerful we made our enemies, you mean?
Oh, exactly. Yeah. Better way of saying it.
We funded that whole thing. We created it. We funded it. We supported it. We literally paid for our own destruction.
Yeah.
Out of our own pockets. By force. We paid for it by extortion, right? They extorted us to pay for our own destruction. That's what they've done. You want to get technical about it? We got fucked. Why don't you go and vote harder? Yeah, go on. If you scratch that little bit of paper a little bit harder, it might work. Might get a better. You know what I mean? So when you put that X on that little mark, make sure it rips the paper. You know, it's like, you know, vote that Trump in. You know what I mean? Fucking cunt. He's gonna save us.
None of it.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mama Bear.
All right. Guess what I just found?
What's that?
The indictment
Oh, we got the
on
child.
Adams. You got it.
You
I
found
bet
it?
is he a Diddy fucking freak off fan? Is he? I bet he is. I'm fucking.
Fuck,
My money
man.
is on him being at one of the parties.
Well, shit. We already know that Trump went to Epstein's Island and all that shit.
Shh, these are not the droids you're looking for.
Allegedly. Allegedly, yes. I remember the statement.
You knew I'd go find it.
Hey, you know Trump? He's a tall cunt, isn't he? He's like 6 foot.
Yeah, you know.
Have you seen the size of his son, man? Guy's a
You
fucking
knew
giant.
I'd go find it.
His son is a fucking giant, man. He's like this tall, giant fucking beam post. You know what I mean?
You knew I'd go find it.
2014. Oh shit!
It's an old one as well.
You said
they kept it.
What you played earlier. He's like, oh, this. They've been talking about it for months.
Years.
Okay, yeah. You mean 10 years?
Yeah, it's only a few months, give or take.
You knew I'd go find it.
But this could be another one he had, right? I mean, this is like
shit.
So where are we?
That's one thing our federal government is good at.
Well, hiding
shit. Following the money. Just follow the money and you'll get it.
Look at that line.
Can you read it? Can you read it, fellows?
I can read it. Hang on. In 2014, Eric Adams, the defendant, became Brooklyn Borough President. Thereafter, for nearly a decade, Adams sought and accepted improper valuable benefits such as luxury international travel, including from wealthy foreign business people like fucking Jeffrey Epstein, and at least one Turkish government official seeking to gain influence over him. By 2018, Adams, who had by then made known his plans to run for mayor of New York, not only accepted but sought illegal campaign contributions to his 21 mayoral campaign, as well as other things of value from foreign nationals. As Adams' prominence and power grew, his foreign national benefactors sought to cash in on their corrupt relationship with him, particularly when in 21 it became clear that Adams became New York City mayor. Adams agreed providing favorable treatment in exchange for illicit benefits he received after his inauguration as mayor of New York and New York City. Adams soon began preparing for his next election, including by planning to solicit more illegal contributions and granting requests from those who supported his 21 mayoral campaign with such donations.
Wow.
There you go, Mama Bear. You remember how you said when you played him talking, he said, I don't believe anything that he said? There we go. We have proof. Everything that he said was bullshit.
Minute. The defendants sought and accepted illegal campaign contributions in the form of nominee or straw contributions, meaning that the true contributors conveyed their money through nominal donors who falsely certified they were contributing their own. So it's like a money laundering scheme to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He smuggled. Wow.
By smuggling their contributions to Adams through US-based straw donors, Adams' overseas contribution defeated federal laws that served to prevent foreign influence on US elections. Wealthy individuals evaded laws designed to limit their power over elected officials by restricting the amount of money one person can donate to a candidate. So what about using these laws, right, to restrict, APAC, right? Fucking,
Really?
do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just leave that one out a minute, because that one doesn't count. And businesses circumventing New York City's ban on corporate contributions by funneling their donations through multiple employees, frustrating a law that seeks to reduce corporate power in politics. Adams increased his fundraising by accepting these concealed illegal donations at the cost of giving his secret patrons the undue influence over him that the law tries to prevent. I mean, isn't this exactly what fucking Biden and
Okay.
Hunter were doing?
Okay. Now I'm wondering how this ties back to our governor.
But this isn't this the sort of shit that Biden and Hunter was doing up to?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They all do it. They all do it. So why throw this guy under the bus?
Exactly. And he was talking about he's having issues in the past, having to deal with all these issues. But I'm sorry, but anybody, once they get that power, they get that God complex where they can do whatever the fuck they want.
My point is that they all do it. All these people that are bringing up these charges against this guy, they all do the same shit, right? So why are they throwing this guy under the bus when they're all doing the same shit?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Bingo. Because he went after Biden.
Ah, there you go. Sides,
He
you
went
know.
after
It's one of
Biden.
those. Now they're getting dirty, right? They're
Yeah.
gonna fucking gas each other up.
Biden for money. He
Yep.
went after Biden for money for the illegals.
Mm-hmm.
So now they're gonna start getting dirty and fucking grassing on each other's dirty deeds. But they're gonna do it they're gonna try and do it in such a way that, oh, look at him, he's doing this shit. But don't look at me while I do it. He's the problem, not me.
And the funny thing is you know what? He was at a reception in New York City last night with President Biden and other world leaders.
Really?
Before the indictment broke.
Wow.
Adams increased his fundraising by accepting these concealed illegal donations at the cost of giving his secret patrons the undue influence over him that the law tries to prevent. Eric Adams, the defendant, compounded his gains from the straw contributions by using them to defend New York City and steal public funds. There you go. New York City has a matching funds program that matches small dollar contributions from individual city residents with up to 8 times their amount in public funds to give New Yorkers a greater voice in the elections. Yeah, much greater voice, right? Yeah. Adams' campaign applied for matching funds based on no straw donations fraudulently, obtaining as much as 2,000 in public 2,000 and the rest in public funds for each illegal contributions. How many fucking contributions were there? There's only 10 million. Adams and those working at his discretion falsely certified compliance with the applicable campaign finance regulations, despite Adams' repeated acceptance of straw donations, relying on the concealed nature of these illegal contributions to falsely portray his campaigns as law-abiding. As a result of those false certifications, Adams' 2021 mayoral campaign received more than 10 million in public funds. Wow.
Oh, shit.
That's 10 million to match 10 million that he got under the table, right?
Yep.
And that was up. Oh, man.
I wonder how much he got, legally.
What, legally? Fuck the legally.
Well, I want to see how much he had total. Fuck.
Yeah, I want to see how much money he's got in his
Damn.
bank. This guy's got some money in his bank, man. Maybe they should take his passport off him. He might be a flight risk.
Fuck, P. Diddy's like, asked Alexa, I was like, how much is P. Diddy worth? It's like 600 million.
Oh my God. Oh God.
I reckon he's more than that.
Oh
Alexa,
God.
P. Diddy is worth how much?
I have no idea. Oh my God.
600 million, approximately.
Oh my God.
$500 million.
Oh
Mhm.
God. This is outrageous.
That's why I thought they would have taken his money or seized his money by now.
Well, maybe they can't.
Turkish airline, free or discount Turkish airline. Okay, let's
You know,
get to the
government
charges.
can't do shit, right? They need to, the bankers and all that need to make these
He
decisions. You know?
deleted messages.
Yeah.
He deleted messages.
Did he? Did he delete? Did he? Did he put acid on his hard drives like Hillary? But she bleached
Deleted
them. As well.
messages that involved his misconduct. Oh God.
She put a hammer to
Financial advice.
him. She put drill to it. She put bleach, acid or some shit.
I'm sorry, but I hope that motherfucker, excuse my language, but realizes that when you delete something, it's never fucking really deleted unless he has the
Well,
right software.
Here's where
unless
he
you get
involved
a drill on it and a hammer and a bleach and a acid.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's where he
Take a leaf out of Hillary's book.
Okay, here's where he involved the New York Fire Department.
All right. So in September 21, the Turkish official told Eric Adams, the defendant, that it was his turn to repay the Turkish official by pressuring New York City Fire Department to facilitate the opening of a new Turkish consular building, 36-story skyscraper without a fire inspection in time for a high-profile visit of Turkey's president. At the time, the building would have failed the FDNA inspection in exchange for free travel and other travel-related bribes. 21-22 arranged for Turkish official Adams did as instructed because of Adams' pressure on the fire department official response for FDNY's assessment of the skyscraper's fire safety was told that he would lose his job if he failed to acquiesce. And after Adams intervened, the skyscraper opened as requested by the Turkish official. Yeah, so he put pressure on them to approve the planning and fire safety of the building. And this is as normal. This is standard shit for all these mayors. They all do this sort of shit. Bro.
How many pages are there?
Sorry?
And two firefighters, fire chiefs were indicted federally.
7 pages.
Last week.
7 pages, I think it says.
Here's 57.
Oh shit.
That's interesting.
Yep, two fire chiefs were indicted last week federally. Okay, here's another one, matching funds. Oh, wow. This matching funds. Wow.
14,101,330.
For each eligible contribution of at least $250, a participating candidate could collect up to $2,000 in matching funds. So every 250, they might get up to $2,000 matching funds. So the matching funds program would provide up to 13 million in matching funds for qualifying mayoral candidates during this primary and general elections. In 21 election cycle, and up to over $14 million matching funds for qualifying mayoral candidates during the primary and general elections in 25. Certain kinds of contributions were prohibited entirely, including straw contributions, contributions from a person who was not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident of the United States, the contributions from foreign entities and organizations, contributions from corporations. And this is exactly what APAC is. So why are you lot taking money from APAC and it's written here in a fucking statute that you created?
Yep.
It's campaign finance candidates file up to whatever. What? In order to submit disclosure statement of what was required to identify him or herself as either the candidate or the treasurer, and electronically sign a verification stating that this disclosure statement is true and correct and the best of his knowledge and information of the belief, and I understand that by clicking verify. So he just clicked some shit, basically, right? And he agreed to it. Eric Adams, the defendant, was aware that the law prohibiting foreign conduit and corporate contributions, at least as nearly as 2018, as early as 2018, Adams began raising money to fund his first mayoral campaign in 21. In September 19, Adams submitted the required certification to opt into the match funds program. During 21 election cycle, Adams and persons acting at his discretion regularly submitted and signed disclosure statements attesting to the veracity of the information being provided. Adams won his party's primary election in July 21 and was elected mayor in November 21. While serving as mayor, Adams again opted into the matching funds program and began funding for his 25 re-election campaign. The 25 campaign, and together with 21 campaign, the Adams campaign's contributions at least the date of this indictment.
Wow.
Adams travels to Turkey. Within a year of becoming Brooklyn Borough President, Eric Adams, the defendant, began building relationship with foreign nationals who were seeking influence over him. In the years that followed, Adams solicited and knowingly accepted illegal campaign contributions and improper personal benefits from those foreign nationals. Adams travels to Turkey and established a corrupt relationship. All right, so this is the bit. Adams, the defendant, took official trips to Turkey. His trip was in August. So, I mean, those official trips means that taxpayer funded his trips, no?
Yep.
His first trip in August 2015 was arranged by the Turkish Consulate General in New York, the Turkish Consulate, and paid for in part of the Turkish Consulate, in part of by a for-profit educational conglomerate base in Istanbul, some bullshit fucking non-profit bullshit. The Turkish University, right? The second trip in December 2015 was arranged by a Turkish official, a Turkish entrepreneur, the promoter, whose business included organizing events to introduce Turkish corporations and business people to politicians, celebrities, and others whose influence may benefit the corporations and business people for both trips. Adams received free business class tickets on the Turkish Airlines. Unlike Adams' subsequent travel with Turkish airline, Adams reported 2015 travel to Turkey on financial disclosure forms filed with the New York City Conflict of Interest Board, as he was required to do annually at all times relevant to his indictment. In 2015, the 2015 travel to Turkey, Eric Adams, the defendant, involved several people relevant to events described in this indictment, including the Turkish official who helped arrange Adams' travel to and within Turkey to 2015, and who later steered illegal contributions and improper gifts to Adams to gain influence with and eventually to obtain corrupt officials official actions from Adams. The promoter, the promoter is the Turkish entrepreneur, who arranged contributions to both of the Adams campaign and favorable treatment in Turkey for Adams in 2017 and 19, hoping to leverage Adams' considerable fame in Turkey.
Dude,
The
it
promoter's
goes
plan.
back. Oh, they've been talking about this for months. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck you. I'm sorry.
The owner and chairman of the Turkish University, businessman One, is that One or I? It's a One, isn't it? Or an I. Who met with Adams in Istanbul in 2015 and again in Brooklyn, New York, 2018. Businessman One, who was considered a business venture in Brooklyn, who was considering a business venture in Brooklyn, and also sought to enhance his own status by befriending Adams, later made illegal contributions to the 21 campaign. A volunteer at Brooklyn Borough Hall, the Adams staffer, who then served as Adams' liaison to Eastern Europe's Muslim countries, including Turkey. The Adams staffer subsequently became a paid member of Adams' staff at Borough Hall and later City Hall. The Adams staffer accompanied Adams on his 2015 travel to Turkey and later, at Adams' direction, coordinated many of the illegal campaign contributions and improper personal travel benefits relevant to this indictment.
So
Wow.
are they going to go after him too?
Oh, yeah. Betcha.
I don't know. I mean, anything right now to distract from the real problem. So
Yeah, no
yeah.
shit.
They'll fucking throw anyone under the bus as long as it's, it's
Fuck.
YouTube newsworthy. Get everybody looking elsewhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you.
I mean, like you said, this is old shit,
Oh
right? This
shit! In
been 10 years
2015,
ago.
Adams secretly begins accepting free luxury travel.
So yeah. So the things they do today, right? I mean, going by this, like the things they're getting up to today and they're doing today, we won't hear about it for probably another 5-10 years. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if this is happening since 2014, what took them so fucking long to do this?
Like
It's
I
because
said,
they
he
had
pissed
to.
off Trump.
Yeah, this is it. He went against the,
Yeah, exactly.
Pissed off Trump. Biden, I mean. He pissed off Biden.
yeah, and he wasn't a made guy, so they threw him under the bus.
No, I don't think Biden actually did it. I don't think he has control over anything. It's his
No,
administration.
Biden's a puppet. It's the people who
His administration.
yeah, the cabal, whatever they want to call themselves.
The one who run him as a puppet and make the decisions for him.
And it's the same people who've got their fucking hand firmly shoved up Donald Trump's house. I made no mistake about that.
I mean, just like the same thing with Harris, She's a puppet also.
Did you hear this new one about Iraq? Apparently, they're plotting to assassinate Donald Trump.
Yeah, she doesn't even know how to talk on her Oprah. On her interview with Oprah, she had a fucking teleprompter.
I'm gonna call this one, right? They're gonna try and drone strike him, right? In order for them to say some shit like that is because they can't get close to him. The only way they can get close to him is using a drone, right? So they're gonna fucking drone strike the guy, and they're gonna blame Iran, of course. Another fucking reason why we need to go war with Iran, because they I'm guaranteed, man. I guarantee you, this is how it's gonna roll out. Put some money on
we know all the bullshit. Let's find the charges. Okay. Oh wow! Look at the luxury suite.
Play out like a fucking old movie.
Oh, look at the luxury seat, $7,000. Okay.
I'm sorry, but if you're a fucking mayor, you don't deserve to be in a fucking live in a fucking mansion.
Well, he does. He lives in Grace Mansion on New York State taxpayers.
Yeah, it's fucking bullshit.
Thought you knew that.
Yeah.
More freaking money.
Excuse me. So how many
God
pages?
bless you.
Is it? 16.
57.
57.
57-page indictment.
Let's get to the juicy shit. We know he's a that's where he had his freak offs. He had his freak offs in that room there. He had P. Diddy in there.
Yeah,
bet he-
with this fucking baby oil.
You get any? They find any baby oil in there? I bet he didn't have as many fucking bottles as P. Diddy. The kind of 1,000. What the fuck are you gonna do with 1,000 bottles of baby oil? For fuck's sakes!
No shit.
Photo assumed Adam Stanford that the employees are U.S. citizen and green card holders. Ho ho ho!
He must have got a shipment, like a lorry sent to him. I mean, either that or he bought every fucking bottle in every shop in every. He just
No
emptied out.
shit,
every shop
I
in the
know.
area. It's just, yeah. Sends
10
everyone
million in
out.
matching
Give it some
funds.
baby oil.
10 million in matching funds. Jesus Christ.
1,000 bottles. Man, that's not really. I mean, what's that? A pallet? I mean, you get a pallet. I mean, it's not a big deal for him, you know. Probably didn't even
Okay, that's an indictment.
cost a lot.
Hey, they probably shared it, so it's more than 1,000 bottles.
Well, no, that was the 1,000 bottles. That wasn't the bottles they used. That was just the bottles that were unused.
I know what you meant.
If they found 1,000 bottles, can you imagine how many bottles they actually used?
Oh gosh.
We're talking, you know,
I'm sorry, but that's just fucking
10
disgusting.
years worth of bottles. You know, we're talking millions of bottles here.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay. Hey, who owns the baby oil company?
oh fuck! And there's so many there's so many actors that are involved in this shit.
Wow.
Will Smith.
You know what? The guy who's selling him the baby oil, he must be upset right now.
Oh shit! Yeah.
He just lost his best customer.
Right now? I wonder what he's using as a baby oil.
He's like, oh shit, man! Who's gonna buy 1,000 bottles off me again?
Okay. Okay. Here you go. Here's the indictment.
And here we go.
Here's the indictment.
Here we go. Count 1. Conspiracy to commit wire fraud, federal program, bribery, and to receive campaign contributions by foreign nationals. The grand jury charges the allegations contained in paragraphs 1 through 49 of this indictment are repeated and re-alleged as if set forth by fully herein. Right? From at least in or about 2015 through at least in or about 24 in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Eric Adams, the defendant, and others known and others known and unknown, willfully and unknowingly combined, conspired, and confederated and agreed together and with each other to commit offenses against the United States, to wit, scroll down, wire fraud in violation of Title 18 United States Code Section 1343, soliciting, accepting, and receiving a campaign contribution by a foreign national in violation of Title 52 United States Code Section 30121A, and bribery in violation of Title 18 United States Code Section 666. That's interesting.
Oh gosh, yeah. I can see him using that.
It was it was a part of the object of conspiracy that Eric Adams, the defendant, and others known and unknown, knowingly having devised and intended to devise a scheme and artifice to defraud, and for obtaining money. Sorry, this is a little bit blurry for me. Can you zoom in a little bit more, Mama? Hey, Graham, how you doing, bro?
Hey, Grim, what's up, brother?
Absolutely nothing.
No, won't let me.
All right, let me just get a little bit closer.
Hold on.
Hey up, don't you love it when he talks like that, hey folks? Let
Hey.
me get a little bit closer.
That better?
Where are we? It was,
Indiana, things
Hey,
never
brother.
change with me. I still butter when not wanted.
That better?
yeah, much better.
Absolutely, he says. Not knowing what
Hey,
the hell he's
Graham.
talking about. Hello.
It was a
Just
part. It was a part and object of the conspiracy that Eric Adams, the defendant, and others known and unknown, knowingly having devised and intended to devise a scheme and artifice to defraud and for obtaining money and property by means of false and fraudulent pretenses, representations, and promises, would and did transmit and cause to be transmitted by means of wire, radio, and television communication in interstate and foreign commerce, writing, signs, signals, pictures, and sounds for the purpose of executing such schemes and artifice in violation of Title 18 United States Code Section 1343.
Wow.
It was further a part of the object of the conspiracy that Eric Adams, the defendant, and others known and unknown, would and did knowingly and willfully solicit, accept, and receive directly and indirectly a contribution and donations from a foreign national, and expressed and implied promises to make contributions and donations in connection with a local election, to wit, mayoral elections in the city of New York, aggregated 25,000 and more in calendar year, in violations of Title 52, United States Code Sections 30121, blah, blah, blah. It was further a part of the object of conspiracy that Eric Adams, the defendant, being an agent of local government, to wit, the city of New York, which in 1 year period receiving benefits of excess of 10,000 under the federal program involving a grant, contract, subsidy, loan, guarantee, insurance, and other form of federal assistance, corruptly solicited and demanded for the benefit of a person and accepted and agreed to accept a thing of value from a person. It's basically corruption, intended to be influenced and rewarded in connection with business, a transaction, and a series of something.
Of
a
transactions.
transaction in the city of New York involving a thing of value of $5,000 and more in violation of Title 18 United States Code Section 666.
Wait, six, come on.
Yeah. Right. In I'm gonna look that one up actually. In further, yeah.
My area code.
Yeah. In further,
That's what I was thinking, you know?
I thought it was your phone number.
Yep. God damn it. Dox myself now.
So basically, further in conspiracy with illegal objects, there are following the overacts, among the others, committed by Eric Adams, the defendant in Southern District, New York, and elsewhere. 2016, accepted free upgrades to business class for himself and a companion on a round-trip flights to New York to India. In 17, accepted free business tickets for himself and two companions on a round-trip flights to New York, France, Turkey, Sri Lanka, and China. Adams accepted in 19, steeply discounted stay at the Bentley Suite at the St. Regis Inn. In 17, accepted free business tickets for himself and a companion on a round trip flights to New York to China. In 18, upgraded free upgrades to business class for himself and campaign on round trip flights to Hungary. 18, Adams directed the Adams staffer to arrange to accept contributions of foreign funds from a businessman. In January 19, Adams accepted free stay at the Cosmopolitan Suite of a luxury hotel in Istanbul. In 19, met businessman 3 in Istanbul, where Adams agreed to accept campaigns contributions of foreign money. In December 20, Adams' employees solicited straw donations to Adams' campaign from businessman 4. In 21, attended a fundraiser organized by Turkish official, among others, where Adams accepted straw donations from businessman 5. In May 21, Adams submitted false disclosure statement to the CFB that concealed the straw donations from businessman 5. In 21, solicited steeply discounted business class tickets, stays at a luxury hotel and luxury resort, and transportation, including a domestic flight and a car and a driver. In 21, Adams solicited free hotel stay and free use of VIP room and business class lounge in Turkish Airlines and Adams for the Adams fundraiser.
Shit. I wonder what happened to that VIP room.
Mm-mm.
I wonder what happened in that VIP room.
Well, there's probably a camera of it somewhere, a video. It's probably part of P. Diddy's 200 odd video collection.
Probably.
Yeah. Yeah. Guys, you can't see all the videos right now because the FBI is still busy wanking off to it.
I wouldn't be surprised.
That's a guarantee, by the way. giving it beating the bishop over fucking the Kim Kardashian.
Whoa, this is getting heated.
J-Lo. Apparently J-Lo had a three-way with Jay-Z.
But
And
gotta remember, this is also the time that he gave P. Diddy the key to the city.
Yeah.
True. Very true.
Where did he stick that key? Did they video them doing it?
That's an awful slippery key. That's an awful slippery key with all that baby
I
oil.
wonder why they needed 1,000 bottles of baby oil.
Fuck, you take that key and shove it right up his ass.
Yeah, man. Yeah, where's that baby oil? You get that shit up there. Oh, fuck.
Okay.
You know what I mean? You think it's easy? You stick a key up there, man.
Fuck.
It's
funny.
for
I'm
everyone.
sorry. It's funny, but it's also fucking still disgusting what he fucking did.
Oh, God.
Well, I imagine he'd be getting his freak offs now.
Okay.
He'll be
All
getting
right.
a lot of free freak offs if they
Well, at
if
least
they take
maybe
him
they
out of the
can share
hole.
a cell.
What they'll be
Yeah,
using for baby oil.
They can share a cell. You know, that soap works good.
Bit of spit, right?
Hey, Bubba, this hurts. Use that milk.
And we got no baby oil, but we got a bit of spit. We can use a bit of spit.
Bubba, your spit doesn't work. Come on. Touch your nose.
Okay. All right, let's finish reading this.
Okay, where are we?
49 indictments.
Free hotel and use of a VIP room. In 21, Adam Staffer, he directed Adam
Oh,
Staffer.
you're gonna die quietly.
21, Adams caused the fire department in New York to issue a letter of acquiescence in the occupation of Turkish house. In September 21, Adams solicited and accepted steeply discounted business class tickets for himself and companion on a round-trip flight to New York to Pakistan. In October 21, Adams submitted false disclosure statement to the CFB and concealed the straw donations from Turkish University. Well, at least he didn't have a private jet to fly him around like the FBI director.
Yeah.
Like I said, they all do it, man. I mean, why have they thrown this guy under the bus and grassed him up? When they do exactly the same shit.
Yeah, they all do it.
They all do it, man. They're all dirty as fuck, man. Every fucking one of them. Pick out a name and I'll show you. Every one of those dirty motherfucking lying hypocritic bastards. They all lie to you. They get paid to lie to you. The only reason why they're in office is because they acquiesce to whoever fucking shoves their hands up their ass. That's it. If they don't, they're out. Look at Julie, where was it? Cynthia McKinney. Remember her? They kicked her out because she wouldn't play.
Yeah.
If you don't play, you're out. You're gone. You ain't gonna move. There'll be a crater where you stand. Because they're gonna. The reason why they're coming up with this propaganda with Iran gonna do a fucking assassination. I reckon they're gonna fucking try and drone strike the guy. Guarantee, man. You're gonna build that fucking narrative. Anyway, where are we? Including meeting promoters among others, where he agreed to a contribution. It's a dirty fucker. He went on 1 million fucking trips that everyone paid for except for him. And I wonder what he did when he went over there to India and Pakistan and China. And what the fuck was he doing over there? Business. What kind of business, man? How much money did you do over there? All we know about
I'm sorry, but who the fuck would want to go to India anyways? Unless they're working with
what business you doing in India? I want to know about that. What the fuck is New York mayor doing in business in India?
No shit.
How is any of that going to benefit the people in fucking New York? It's like, you got a job, mate, and you're fucking off over there doing business. What the fuck's that about? Come and do your fucking job. Your whole city is falling apart. The whole fucking place is a fucking mess. And you're in fucking China, India, Hungary, fucking everywhere else, but fucking New York.
Yep.
May I? Can I have a special request? Mellows, will you do us a favour? Will you just lower the shouting down a bit, please? You're really starting to make my ears bleed with my hearing aids.
Oh, you got new ones.
Only joking.
I didn't know the Grim Reaper actually needed a hearing aid.
What?
Oh, yeah.
What was that? I missed it. Sorry.
That's okay. Your hearing aid probably went died.
Obviously, it wasn't important because Indiana was saying something.
That's true. That's true.
Grim, do you have a volume button on your screen?
I do, but they don't work, unfortunately. I'm waiting for parts for the new ones. They've been delayed.
Hey, Slip. How are you?
I try to whisper when I get angry and emotional for you. All right, mate?
Oh, that's far better. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
When I get really angry and emotional, I start to whisper a little bit. So I won't hurt your ears, all right? Sorry, mate.
Hello, Slip. How are you?
Do you know what?
Hello, Grim.
Good to see you in here. You're quiet as always.
How are you today, Grim?
Oh, I'm fine.
How is
just like
Mama? How is Mama? How is the other half?
Which? Oh, you mean Mrs. Reaper?
Yeah.
Looking forward to when I sort of get my house in gear and sort out the party. I've been concentrating on a few other things first.
Yes.
Talking of which,
month.
yeah, the end of next month, I'm not sure whether it's going to be All Hallows Eve or not, but I'm hoping it will be.
Yes.
Just depends on
Yes.
what she's working. Question: have you finished, or do you want a break for a couple of minutes? Well, 2.5 minutes actually.
Well, we got a few more pages to go on this indictment, and then we'll jump over to you because the U.S. Attorney General, the U.S. Attorney.
No, it's fine. When you're ready, when you're ready, right? If you go into your brand, right at the bottom, you'll see a video called Grim Reaper Network. That's your intermission. All right.
Okay.
See, that's
Okay.
fair.
Got it. We've got just a few more pages
Carry on,
here,
Mellows.
and
You want me to carry on? Yeah, all right.
then
Yeah,
we'll
you
jump
have,
over.
you have the tyrant's permission.
All right. So you want me to whisper? I'll whisper this. In July 2022, Adam's senior advisor, Adam Starver, met the Turkish official.
Could you go a little bit lower? Like lie down on the floor. It might make it better for you.
All right, let's not fucking around. In 22, right, Adam's senior advisor and the Adam staffer met the Turkish official in Turkish house, and the Adam staffer identified Adam's senior official as the point of contact for the Turkish official. Pending problems regarding the Turkish house, such as the FDNY approvals. In July 22, the Turkish official arranged to provide business class upgrades to Turkish Airlines for 4 of Adams' close associates. In September 23, Adams attended fundraiser where he thanked foreign donors for contributing of foreign money to 25 campaign and made through straw donors. In October 23, Adams attended a fundraiser where he directed the Adams staffer to coordinate and receipt of straw donations from businessman 6.
Wow.
The grand jury further charges count 2. This is wire fraud, right? The allegations contained in paragraphs 1 through 49 indictment, blah, 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 from at least in or about 2018 through at least in or about 24, the Southern District, New York, and elsewhere, Eric Adams, the defendant, knowingly had devised and intended to devise a scheme and artifice to defraud and for obtaining money and property by means of false and fraudulent pretenses, representations, promises, and transmitted and caused to be transmitted by means of wire, radio, television communication in interstate and foreign commerce, writing, signs, signals, and pictures and sounds for the purpose of executing such scheme and artifice, to wit, Adams participated in a scheme to fraudulently obtain matching funds for Adams' campaigns by falsely claiming that contributions qualified for matching funds when, in fact, those contributions did not.
Count 3.
Yeah, so count 3, solicitation of a contribution of foreign national.
Oh, great. Yeah.
The allegations contained in paragraphs 1 through 49 of this indictment are repeated and re-alleged as if set forth by fully hearing. I hate the way they fucking talk like that. In or about 21 in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Eric Adams, the defendant, knowingly and willfully solicited, accepted, and received and aided and abetted and willfully caused the solicitation, acceptance, and receipt of a contribution and donation from a foreign national, and express and implied promises to make a contribution and donation in connection with a local election to wit mayoral elections in New York City, aggregated to 25,000 and more in a calendar year. Scroll up.
So are they trying to say that overseas, they can give you some 24,000.
No, what he's saying is that he applied for matching funds. So what they do is
Okay, I get
they
it.
give you for 25 grand. You got 25 grand. He can get matching funds like up to, was it 200? If you get 250 donation, you can get up to 2,000. But he got 25,000, so that would be what fucking my maths is shit at the moment. But
Yeah.
I mean, like 500,000 or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So contribution, that's from the taxpayer. So the taxpayer matches the donations. So you get 1 million, they'll give you fucking 20 million sort of thing.
Yeah, I got it.
Allegations containing paragraph 1, we've done all that. In or about 23, Southern District, New York, elsewhere, Eric Adams, defendant, knowingly, willfully solicited. This is a solicitation of contribution of a national. We did this. Scroll down, or is this another one? Count 4.
I think it's another one.
Foreign national and express implied promises to make donations connection with the local election. Aggregate.
Oh yeah, we did that one. Yeah.
So it's another one. No, it is another one. So it's basically every time they made a donation for 25 grand, this guy went and done like a claim for matching donations. So he would have claimed, was it like 10 times the amount of that, and like 2.5.
Wow.
Was it 250 grand basically for every donation? He would have got 250 grand from the taxpayer. So he puts in 25 grand, he pulls out another 250, and then round and round. So every businessman, every donation that gave donations, he went and done a matching funds program. He wanted to match those funds and dip into the purse. And then, motherfucker, he's not supposed to be taking donations from foreign nationals. You know what I mean?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now this one's 10,000 under the federal program.
Bribery. This is bribery. And this is a criminal indictable. I mean, the others, they're all, they are, right? But this is common law, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is like a much more severe crime, in my opinion, bribing.
Yep.
So Adams, defendant, being the agent of local government, to wit the city of New York, which is in 1 year period received benefits in excess of 10,000 under the federal program involving a grant, contract, subsidiary loan, guarantee, insurance, and other form of federal assistance, corruptly solicited and demanded for benefit of a person, and accepted and agreed to accept a thing of value from a person intended to be influenced and rewarded in connection with the business and transaction of a series of transactions with the City of New York, involving a thing of value of $5,000 and more, to wit Adams solicited and accepted free and heavily discounted luxury travel benefits to Turkish and others exchanged for intended to be influenced in the connection of City of New York's regulation of the Turkish house. So this is where he tried to bribe someone.
Yeah, and just bribery is 15 years in federal.
Yeah, it could be.
And that's just for one count.
Oh, and that's the 666. That would make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Bribery.
Yep.
I wonder who the fucking numbered that one.
Wasn't me.
So yeah, let's call this one 666. What we on? We're on 655. What's the next one? So fuck, who's doing this one? As a result of committing one or more of the offences alleged in count 1, 2, and 5 of this indictment, Eric Adams, the defendant, shall forfeit to the United States pursuant to Title 18, United States Code Section 981A.
Whoa.
C, and Title 28, United States Code Section 2461C, any and all property, real and personal, that constitutes or is derived from proceeds traceable to the commission of said offences, including but not limited to the sum of money, United States currency representation of the amount of proceeds traceable to the commission of said offences. So they want all that money back. They're going to take all that forfeiture. They take all that off him.
Bye bye mansion.
Well, you don't own that mansion. You don't own that mansion. That mansion is probably in New York City.
Oh shit, that's right. That's right. I forgot you said that.
Yeah. Bye freak offs and baby oil with BD.
Yeah. Or fuck, they'll just
Well,
put
maybe
jelly.
he might end up sharing a Joe with him, so he might just get that wish.
Anything that if he now, if he paid any mortgage payments with any of that money of the house that he owns, they can seize that property.
Yeah. They'll put a lease on his house.
Right.
Helene.
Any cars that he owns, any paintings, any jewelry, watches, any of that, they can seize that property. His clothes, his
dog, his horse,
his KY jelly,
his fucking baby oil.
They're not taking his soul. That's mine. There again, he can have it. He can have it under Article 666.
I wonder how many bottles of baby oil this motherfucker's got hiding in his fucking mansion.
That's why they searched that property this morning.
We're looking for baby oil.
Yeah, the shop had run out of baby oil. I wanted to know where the stack was. The stash.
They were probably looking for CP too, you know. CP. He has any videos like Pete Diddy did.
That's why they went in and searched that property this morning, because they went in for anything and everything there.
Yeah,
and the baby oil was on top of the shopping list.
Yeah.
And the rounds of things. Go on. Keep it going.
They're looking for more porn. That's what they're looking for. They want to get some more porn going.
Ariel, good to see you.
Hey, Ariel.
How you doing, Ariel?
Stick around. It gets funny eventually.
All right.
Okay, this is the last page.
All right. If any of the above described forfeitable property as a result of any act or omission of the defendant, A, cannot be located upon the exercise of the due diligence, B, has been transferred or sold to or deposited with a third person, C, has been placed beyond the jurisdiction of the court, D, has been substantially diminished in value, or E, has been commingled with other property which cannot be subdivided without difficulty. It is the intent of the United States, pursuant to Title 21, United States Section 853, and Title 28, 246, to seek forfeiture for any other property of the defendant up to the value of the above forfeiture property.
No, they're going after everything.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyone related to anyone that's related to him. You're fucked. Coming for that baby oil, guys. You better watch that. Hide your baby oil. FBI want it.
Free service coming soon on the Grim Reaper Network.
I bet you the first thing Leonardo DiCaprio did was bill all the baby oil in his house. First thing he did, he's like, "Fuck, P Diddy's got nicked. Get rid of that baby oil. Where's it got? Fucking throw that baby oil away. We don't need the fucking baby oil."
I asked the thought, sorry, I didn't see you in the chat there, being quiet.
Yes. All right. What did you give us, Grim?
Pardon?
What did you give us?
Play it and find out.
All righty. Here we go.
Okay.
With your water or sugar with your tea? What are all these crazy questions that they're asking of me? out the window, let some air into this room. I think I'm almost choking on the smell of stale perfume. And that cigarette you're smoking about to scare me half to death. Mama bear, open up the window, let me catch my breath. Mama bear told me to have fun. Mama bear told me not to come. Mama bear said that ain't no way to have fun. The radio is blasting. Mama bear, someone's beating on the door. Our hostess is not lasting. She's out on the floor. I've seen so many things here I ain't never seen before. I don't know what it is, but I don't want to see no more. Mama bear told me to have fun. Mama bear told me not to come. Mama bear said that ain't no way to have fun.
Ah,
Nice.
cool.
And that's in partnership with the Silver Fox Productions.
Cool.
So that's what will be revealed on Friday.
Cool.
That's cool. Well, hey, everybody, guys, I'm gonna.
But you
drop
don't know
off
what
and
it
get
is, 'cause I've
something
not
to-
told
for
you.
lunch. So,
Thank you
Sorry,
for
what?
joining in.
Again.
yeah, I love you guys. You know that.
Love you.
Another creature.
All right, take care, guys. Stay away from the baby oil. All right.
Yeah, I'll send you some in the post. FedEx it. Cheers, my friend.
Later, guys.
Later.
Bye, Mama Bear.
Bye-bye.
See you later, mate. Take care.
Oh, God.
He's always good fun. It's Indiana.
Yes.
It's a while since I spoke to him. Yeah, so a completely new concept, off the wall. I'm very hush-hush at the moment
Yeah.
with the contracts. I've had to sign this stupid piece of paper in invisible ink in order to get the deal with Silver Fox.
Ah.
So should be interesting. What you can do is you can Google Silver Fox,
Yeah.
and you'll get an idea of what it isn't.
Wow.
Remember that, folks. You heard it first. Google does not always have the answers. It might lead you to, allegedly.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Should be interesting.
Yeah. It's been an interesting day so far. Especially with what's transpired so far today.
Anyway, no baby oil allowed on Friday. I'm not having you slip sliding away.
Yeah.
I see you've got a hurricane heading your way in certain areas, looking at it. We've actually got a tornado warning in a little area called Herefordshire over here.
Yeah.
Which I found quite amusing when I saw the alert that came up on my phone. I thought, what the hell's that got to do with the price of chips? Anyone would think that a little house would take off and someone would find a wicked witch in the west.
Yeah.
You know,
We were showing the map today.
Yeah, I believe so.
We were showing the map of we actually showed the whole world of all the weather going on. We showed Florida, went and showed Japan, and we showed what was the weather over there. in France and England and Germany, and people don't realize the weather all over the world. Um, it's crazy what is happening with our weather all over. You know, the whole East Coast of is crazy. You know.
Yeah, but did you hear the latest? Trump's blaming Biden for it. Apparently, he's got access to this weather machine.
Yeah.
And controls the weather. But I don't know. Don't know anything about that one. I can't confirm it or dismiss it.
You know, it's, you know, whoever's controlling this weather, Mother Nature is pissed. And whoever's controlling Mother Nature needs to eat a few Snicker bars, because this is getting ridiculous. You know, because this weather is, I don't know what's going to happen this winter, but it's.
You keep spraying all that shit up there, geoengineering. Dude, stop spraying the shit. Wherever the fuck you're trying to geoengineer is not working.
Yeah.
It's making shit worse. Stop spraying that shit. That's what they need to do. Whatever the fuck they're spraying up there is fucking shit up.
Yeah. It's getting a little ridiculous.
We've got no evidence or no proof or nothing that anything they're doing up there is actually, and the worst part about it is we're paying for them to do it. Right?
Yeah.
Then they've been lying to us about them doing it all these years, and now they're going to admit it and play it down as if, oh no, we're doing it because of it. It's fucking not working, mate.
Yeah.
Stop doing it.
Yeah. It's making shit worse. Let me tell you.
Sorry, Greg. Didn't mean to shit.
That's all. It's all right, I've got used to it now.
Yeah.
You're not getting that emotional.
What the fuck is... Another conspiracy turns out to be true.
Well, it does. It is. Whatever conspiracy theory that is, of course.
Weather control. Weather modifications. You know. For years they said to us, no, it's your imagination. And then it turns out we've got videos, we've got whistleblowers, we've got everybody coming out and telling us, yeah, they're up there, they're doing this shit. And then they admit it and tell us, oh, we're doing it for, it's called geoengineering. We're doing it to fix the climate. It ain't fixed. You look like it's fixed. Stop fucking with it.
Yep.
Oh, I know. Let's block out the sun, right? It's just, that's a brilliant idea. Bill Gates, yeah. Let's just block out the sun, because we don't need it. Like the fucking idiot.
Hang on, didn't I see that on Highlander 2?
Well, it was Terminator when they tried.
Yeah. Yeah, no, but it was Highlander 2 where he actually. Look, yeah. They had the idea first. Yeah.
Highlander.
Interesting. It was Highlander. Highlander 2. He thought it would help. Oh, what? I don't know, but
I think it was the Persian king who tried to blot out the sun with his arrows.
Oh, possibly. I think you said Persia. I was going to say what the French got to do with it.
He threatened the 300. He's going to blot out the sun with arrows.
Okie dokie. Definitely.
Remember that? You ever watched that film, 300? See, we'll fight in the shade. It's all right.
Yeah. I was going to say which version.
It's all right. We'll fight in the shade. We don't need no sun.
And they did.
Well, let's play some. Did you see yesterday's Redacted?
Probably. Stick it on, then. You're doing some really good videos lately. I've noticed Natalie's swearing more and more. I never really see her swear.
Deep South says that Iran is trying to assassinate Trump.
Yeah, put that one on. That's a good one. You never see Natalie swear. She's been swearing lately.
Hey, Brandon, how are you?
How you doing, Brandon?
Flags everywhere, people falling for different things, and we are here to navigate all of the propaganda right now, covering the stories the mainstream media largely ignores. I posted a tweet just a short time ago about the false flag that is now incoming about us going into war in the Middle East, and someone posted, well, Iran posted this to their own website, so that's case closed. Oh yeah, pay attention.
I went looking for that. I didn't find it because guess what? I can also use the internet. So, okay. Today's theme of the show is WTF.
WTF.
Yeah, like that is kind of funny though. If you could get you can get blamed for what other people do, it's like if somebody murders somebody with my pink flamingo in my lawn, I am not culpable for murder.
Right.
Yes. Iran posted it to their website. That means it must be true. Yeah, we're going to unpack all of the lies today. We got a lot of stories to get to. We're going to talk about Iran is trying to kill Trump right now. So we better go to war with them right now to stop this. And it's amazing how all of the intelligence agencies and all of the Mockingbird media is on the same page with this exact same story. And the timing could not be more interesting as we watch the Middle East descend into chaos. So we need to go to war with Iran right now. Americans, go and fight in Iran and die. That's what we're going to talk about. What else are we going to talk about? We're going to talk about the big child trafficking operation.
Yes, this is a continued story. We have whistleblowers. We have JJ Carroll is going to join us because he is the expert on the matter. Also, Trump seems to be ghosting Zelensky because he does, in fact, want that war to end. Why he now is 1 foot in one war and 1 foot out the other, I fucking don't know, you guys.
Whoa,
I don't know.
Yeah. And is Justin Trudeau finished, or surviving a non-confidence vote in Canada? But what is really going on behind the scenes? Is Canada ready to take a page out of the Kamala Harris playbook and say, enough? On the other side, and we have our X chat as well that David monitors throughout the show as well. We should point out that YouTube is actively suppressing content that is anti-war.
Definitely. Yes, the piece we did yesterday where I tried really hard to make a thread between all the wars that the United States has lied to its own people about, and then to make a stitch to show us that clearly they're still lying and it's the Democrats in power who want war. That piece has been suppressed. It got about 1/10 of the video views that we are used to, even though it did really well when we were here live together. And I appreciate those of you who were here for that. So we put it in the newsletter. I feel like it's a strong story that needs to be told because I've worked hard on it. Obviously, I feel that way. I'm biased towards my own work. But if you find it from yesterday, and you want to share it, and also, have a conversation with your liberal friends and say, wait, we were wrong in all of these wars, but you think we got it right this time? You think your vote will not continue to bring about war on innocent people? It's a good conversation to have. I think I really want to have it. So help us out, if you will, and share.
Well, then we gotta
share that piece.
We can't forget that Google is a war contractor. So,
Yeah.
Yes, good point.
Started
point.
as a contract from the CIA. Exactly.
Good point.
But yes, we are on Rumble, so you can catch it on Rumble as well, and it's apparently not being suppressed there. So
do it just fine over there. So yes, and you guys, this is just an emotional time. We're heading into an election. The rhetoric around war is horrific. People are dying. So I will try and clean up the language as much as I can. This is just, I don't know. I'm up to here. I'm going to try harder. I apologize for all the cursing.
Potty mouth, and I'm the one from Philly.
Mm-hmm.
But, what are you going to do? San Francisco over here. All right, so we got a lot of news to get to. We're going to talk about what's going on with Iran and Trump in just a second. We are entering a new realm of tyranny, though, right now. Our three-letter agencies, which were once symbols of protection and order, seem to have been weaponized against us, the American people. In his endorsement of President Trump, RFK Jr. highlighted the gravity of the situation right now. The three-letter agencies, the CDC, the USDA, the FDA, are currently being run by the big pharmaceutical companies, the chemical companies that are supposed to regulate. And for that reason, we are the most unhealthy we've ever been in our nation's history. Obesity rates up 88% since 2019. The number of new cancer cases globally rose from 14 million to 19 million in 2020, an increase of 37% in just 8 years. And to top it all off, heart disease, the leading cause of death in the United States, has seen an alarming uptick after decades of decline. This is what happens when you have a healthcare system that favors profits over people, when three-letter agencies have been weaponized against the people that they're sworn to protect. Now, let me tell you about our friends in NMN. Now, this isn't just any supplement. It's a game changer. A recent Harvard study, you can look at this, when you can check out here, showed that NMN can help reduce weight, cholesterol, even blood pressure in overweight adults. The thing has been dubbed the limitless pill and can take 10 to 20 years off your life. It's like the fountain of youth in a bottle, but the FDA, no, they're trying to keep it away from us. Why? Because it's a healthy, it's a healthy alternative. A strong population is hard to control, of course. So the FDA is attempting to change the status of NMN supplements to be classified as a drug. Anyway, right now, we want you to try it for free. Right now, you can try buy 2, get 1 free for the next 48 hours by using the QR code right there on your screen. You can try it right now as the FDA battles to try to take this off the market. Go to blackforestsupplements.com/redacted or use the QR code right there on your screen.
Well, President Trump said also, why would Iran do that? Given 2 American men have already tried to actually assassinate him. Why are all eyes on Iran? Well, here is his confirmation about this on X. He also posted it on Truth Social. Big threats on my life by Iran. The entire U.S. military is watching and waiting. Moves were already made by Iran that didn't work out, but they will try again. Not a good situation for anyone. I'm surrounded by more men, guns, and weapons than I ever have been before. Thank you to Congress for unanimously approving far more money to Secret Service. 0 no votes, strictly bipartisan. Nice to see Republicans and Democrats get together on something. An attack on a former president is a death wish for the attacker.
Almost everyone in the chat is saying Iran in quotation marks. Like
yes.
That the Don is falling for the deep state trick here. I mean, it's overwhelmingly, I think everyone in our chat believes that this is a false flag piece of garbage.
Well, so many weird things. First of all, he recently had said that he is refusing security briefings because when those briefings are leaked by somebody else, he gets blamed for it. So he took this briefing and he is parroting what they are saying to him. So that's strange. So does he actually believe this? And we don't know. We don't know what proof was given to him. The last time they arrested a man from Pakistan who said that he had been funded by Iran, who wanted to kill Trump. So why do they want it to be Iran so badly? It feels like that's their wish right now. Think about the piece we did yesterday about all the ways we are sold lies in order to go to war with a certain place, and then digest this information through that lens. Now, here's what NBC says about it. Here's what a spokesperson said, why anybody would want to kill President Trump if they're from Iran. He says, President Trump, this is a spokesperson for the government, said, was briefed earlier today by the Office of National Director of Intelligence regarding real and specific threats from Iran. Real and specific, they said, to assassinate him in an effort to destabilize and sow chaos in the United States. Now, I feel like we're doing a pretty good job of that on our own.
Yeah, why shoot? Like, don't jump into the mess when we're already shooting ourselves in the foot and destabilizing ourselves. Have you looked at our southern border?
Right.
Like, we're doing a pretty damn good job of destabilizing our country. We don't need any more help from Iran.
Now,
for crying out loud.
The source here. Sorry, go ahead, please.
I was just going to say, what a way to get. So it's like if they know that Trump could potentially win, what a way to, propagandize him to get him on board to the war that they want. So they're like, okay, we've got to convince Trump that this is all true so that we get the war that we want.
Yeah, Luke Rodosky said the same thing today on Twitter. He's like, man, whoever is in Trump's ear. And this was, again, Colonel McGregor's biggest complaint about it is that Trump tends to listen to the last person in the room. And, whatever Luke said, he's like, whoever got to Trump, whatever's putting this in his ear, like, this is deeply troubling. Someone's gotten to him.
Yeah. So, okay, this quote, is there anything else worth looking at in it? Intelligence officials have identified that these are continued and coordinated attacks. So that's so interesting, though, right? Because what our government is telling us is that Iran is super dangerous and it's their nation state, not just anyone with Iranian blood, but their nation state that wants this. Meanwhile, if you listen, which we try to do, Iran has been publicly saying over and over that it wants diplomatic talks with the United States. They say that. So you would think, oh, okay, we think there's a threat coming from inside this government. Maybe we should go talk to them and assess if it's real. No.
And by the way,
we don't
Russia
talk to them.
And Russia is a close ally with Iran, very close ally with Iran. And so we're going to talk with Russia and try to formalize a relationship, as Trump has said, with Russia. But then Iran, an ally of Russia, is going to openly try to assassinate a president of the United States. That makes zero sense if you think about it.
Right. And so think of the things we're constantly trying to blame on Iran as nuclear weapons, even though we launched a cyber weapon on their nuclear power plant.
Obama did.
Obama and Israel. And well, Bush was involved in it too. Bush number 2. So nuclear power plants, and now this assassination attempt, and also being aligned with groups that we call terrorists. So this, though, was the headline from the last week of August. So this was about 3 weeks ago when their brand new president and their supreme leader said, we are open to talks with the U.S. Now, this was about nuclear program, but also about all diplomacy. They said, all we want from the U.S. is to lift sanctions, and we will go to talk. So they want to accuse Iran of having nuclear weapons, but not prove it. They want to basically talk some crap and not actually talk to them. When Iran made this offer about their nuclear programs, here's what the State Department said. Oh, no, we're not going to do it. Said the headline, Biden administration throws cold water, saying, we don't think they actually mean it. We are far away from returning to negotiations.
Yeah,
and in fact, the State Department later said if they really wanted to be serious, they would stop nuclear escalations, which we have no proof of, and start meaningfully cooperating with the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, which they do. So we are lying here. So look at the lies about Iran. We tell them all the time. It's just, it comes out of our mouth like vomit.
Well, and we have, you should be suspect anytime suddenly the Biden administration is on the same page with the intelligence community, all of it. So Antony Blinken on an interview on the Today Show saying, oh, yeah, we take this threat very seriously against President Trump. You know, we're watching the Iranians. We're watching it closely. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Oh,
You
Antony
do?
Blinken.
Yeah.
Okay, I trust Antony Blinken. I trust
Right.
all of these three-letter agencies.
We
You're
want
all
to
full of
protect
shit.
him against Iran, but not against domestic threats.
Right.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Well, and what's weird about this, Biden throwing cold water on it, wasn't it Obama? It was like, well, he was vice president when the first nuclear deal was reached, right? When they signed the, I'm trying to think of the right words, like the treaty.
The arms deal. The arms treaty, the nuclear.
Yeah, where they basically, that's where the IAEA started coming in there. That was an Obama era deal, right? So how could they be so far away from it when he was part of the team that came up with the original deal? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, stop
using
trying
facts.
to make it make sense.
Yeah, stop trying to use sense here, Philip.
Right. I was going to play you this video again where the IAEA says we actually are working satisfactorily with Iran. I feel like you don't need to see that again if you've seen it twice. So it's a lie. The United States makes up lies about Iran all the time. If you really want an inside scoop on how the United States just tortures Iran based on an alliance with Israel and for no other reason, read the book, The Art of Sanctions, where this dickhead, sorry, I said I would stop swearing, but I'm not going to. The guy who wrote the book literally how they had an idea that Iran had nukes, so they were going to sanction them into oblivion, and people die. Those are sanctions of mass destruction. So this guy can go out and get a Z-Pack if his daughter has an ear infection, but Iranian people, no, and that's their own fault. So I refer you to that. Where was I?
Let's put up a poll because some people in the chat, well, like most people understand what's going on here, but there are a few people that are like, Redacted's being naive right now. Iran really does want to kill Trump. Okay. And look, maybe they'll have you believe that, and they'll have an Iranian that the CIA will have worked with and contracted with to carry something out, and they'll arrest him and they'll say, see, look, that's exactly what we talked about last week on the show. That's exactly what ex-CIA agent Michael Scheuer said. He said, this is a tactic of the CIA. Find a dumb Muslim, find somebody that you can use to carry out an attack like this, and then you can paint them. Well, look, we swooped in and stopped them. They're trying to carry out an assassination attempt.
Okay.
Patsy.
And let's play this out. Okay, let's say, yes, Iran really wants to kill a presidential candidate in order to put us into chaos because we're supporting Israel. Why would there be no threats on Kamala Harris? Why would there be no threats on Joe Biden? Why would there be no threats on JD Vance? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Bueller? They would equally want to attack all of those people, right?
But we're naive. Okay, then I'll play it out. Maybe we're being totally naive. Maybe the CIA is right. Maybe these three-letter agencies are telling you the truth. Maybe the Biden administration is not lying to you. Maybe. I've been fooled way too many times by these people that I'm not going to buy the line in the crock of garbage. And when I see them going to the Washington Post and I see them showing up on all of the major broadcast television stations that they're in bed with, and they're all on the same page with this story, I don't believe it. But like, you do you. Maybe I'll be surprised.
I would say the CIA is just all of a sudden like, you know what? We've lied to so much. Like, let's just start being transparent and telling the truth, guys. Like, we're losing the faith of the American people. Yeah. Let's just start.
They started today.
Yeah.
They started today. So I'm going to I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. I mean, Mike Pompeo on camera says that they go through training classes on how to lie for a living and deceive the American people. That's their job. But they're telling the truth now.
Right. And you think of all the false flags that we've been given to buy into wars, the ones we talked about yesterday. Let's see, Noriega and Saddam Hussein and all of this. It's always they're attacking civilians. They're attacking peaceful protests. They're not allowing democratic elections. Well, I guess they think, well, the American people aren't buying that anymore. They're tired of that line. So now we have to think that one of their candidates is at risk. It seems like just a new spin on an old tale to sell you war. So buy it if you want to. I'm not gonna, but you can. No, in August, we were also told that the Trump campaign was hacked by Iran. We should just keep track of this as they keep coming across our screen, right? So not only was it a Pakistani man who was, believe me, that was Iran, right, who tried to kill Trump. Now there's new, continued and ongoing and coordinated threats. And also we had the hack of their campaign, even though it was the Democrats who actually hacked the Trump campaign. But sure, Iran did that too. So that also came from the intelligence state, which again has used us a lot to get into war with false flags. When we got that news in August about the hack of the Trump campaign, here's what DC Drano said. He said, let's call it what it is. The CIA hacking Trump again. right? Because they did it in 2016 through the Clinton campaign, or at least CISA or the CIA allowing Iran to hack Trump. So it's a workaround. It's a reach around. Can I say that? I guess I've already said so many.
You're
Okay. I'm on a roll today.
You're on
I'm
a
not
roll, yep.
having it, you guys. Okay. And since we know that the attacks on Trump persist, is this maybe a preemptive warning when another attack on Trump happens domestically? That's what Roger Stone predicted. Watch.
Suddenly, the FBI announces they've uncovered an Iranian plot to kill Trump. This to me smells like a setup so that if there's another attack on Trump of any kind, a road bomb, a drone, or God forbid, another bullet, well, then they can conveniently blame the Iranians.
Yeah, like John Lombardi in our chat says, a white Iranian. That's exactly what it is.
I mean, of course, that's what they're doing. Like that's what you do. Like you put the story out there, then you can do whatever you want, and when you finally succeed, then you've already got the blame placed. You don't even have to do the work afterwards because people will automatically be like, Iran succeeded.
Yeah. Although the word Iranian comes from Aryan because they did consider themselves the Aryan race of the Middle East. But okay, we won't get into that. So the question, why would Trump publicize this? Why? Did he see some solid evidence that we don't see? Let's leave some space for that. That could be the case. We don't know. Is he afraid because he's just getting weary of being shot out? Possibly. Or is he signaling that he is game for a war with Iran if and when he's elected? Israel wants us to go to war with Iran. That's pretty obvious. Trump has been very clear that he supports Israel. Is that where we're going? J.D. Vance, in one of his first interviews after getting the VP nomination, said that he's game for hitting Iran super hard. This was at the Republican convention. That's why the party music.
A lot of people recognize that we need to do something with Iran, but not these weak little bombing runs. If you're going to punch the Iranians, you punch them hard, and that's what he did when he took out Soleimani.
Okay, so does this mean that Trump will not deal diplomatically with Iran? He said he will do so with Russia, but Iran, no. Will he put more sanctions of mass destruction on them the same way that the Obama administration did? Will he do it then to go to war with Iran, as is Israel's desire? Well, here is my favorite take on this from Ron Paul. He says this is why we have such a bad reputation around the world, is this kind of rhetoric.
And the headline is Trump's VP pick Vance says Iran needs to be punched hard. Well, that's great diplomacy, I'll tell you. There's a lot of problems in the world. And if you're sincere in not changing it, you stick to principle and you have an open door for at least a discussion. If people will not discuss and will not talk and aggravate, and some people interpret that's our foreign policy. We do it our way or not, or it won't do it. But acting like a bully does not work.
Yeah, I don't vote to be the bullies, but okay, I vote for diplomacy. Doesn't look like either the Harris-Biden administration or a possible Trump administration is heading towards diplomacy. I hope that I'm wrong.
Yeah, someone in our chat. So Smokey Sargent, thank you for your $20 super chat, says they need an excuse to go to war with Iran to sell to the public, and something that would lead to the flooding of the recruiting stations for volunteers the military is in desperate need of to go to war. Yeah, I mean, the recruitment numbers are in the toilet, so they need an enemy, right? You need an enemy. I mean, it's like the Wizard of Oz saying, right, we need an enemy to go to war. So yes, you need some sort of an enemy. Wouldn't it be amazing if the Iranians were the ones that took out Trump, not some Biden Harris supporter? No, an Iranian? Oh my God. Then we need to go to full-on war. And then anyone who says that this was a false flag is anti-American, and the same garbage that they used after 9/11. It's brilliant rhetoric to get us to rally around a false flag and go to war in the Middle East, and millions of people die as a result of it.
It's an Archduke Ferdinand moment.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, you want us to go into World War I? So I love this. Julie A in our Rumble chat says, why do you guys always give Trump an excuse? How much is redacted being paid? Or are they just
did we
blind?
just do that?
I think we just did a whole segment on how Trump is being duped. That's not an excuse. I mean, I think we just did a whole segment on that.
Yeah.
But anyway, I don't know if we missed something here, but that's exactly what we're saying. And even many of you in the chat are calling him Zion Don. which I was surprised to see many of you are saying.
Because you guys, this is not a show for binary thinking. We don't do that. You don't do that. I see your comments in the show.
There's plenty of conservative channels, media channels out there that are totally in the tank for Trump. Like, we are not that. Okay, we try to follow the facts. That's what our show is about. But if you have a certain worldview that needs being supported, maybe you're like a CNN fan or an MSNBC fan, you need that like worldview supported. Those are great stations for you to do that. If you are totally blinded by, you can't look at facts at all, and you're totally in the tank for Trump no matter what, you love Republicans no matter what, they can do no wrong. There are plenty of conservative media channels out there for you to watch. There's cable channels that are devoted to it. We're not going to be that.
I highly recommend.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I was going to say, I recommend if that's what somebody wants, they put a large bucket on their head, and then they just talk into the bucket and say what they want to hear, and then they will hear it back to themselves, and then they're good.
Right.
Feels good.
Right. Yeah. It's a great echo chamber. I mean, as soon as President Trump picked J.D. Vance, there's a lot to love about the guy, but we were very critical about the money that has been taken from Peter Thiel. And we had Whitney Webb on the show, and I encourage you to all go watch that whole video and deep dive exactly that money and where that's coming from Palantir and Peter Thiel and those guys. So, we're going to be critical of them. We're going to go where the facts take us, and we're not going to be shills for any of these guys. These are politicians, after all. These are human beings, and they have people surrounding them. And I like to give people the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
I like to give people, whether it's Kamala Harris or President Biden or others, the benefit of the doubt, and until they disappoint me. Right. Or until we find out there's people that are surrounding them that are really have their ear and they're controlling them. So anyway.
Sure. All right. We have more news to get to. We're going to bring you an update to the border crisis that has led to child trafficking that plenty of people would like to believe is not happening, but it's happening.
Listen to this story. So would you believe that at the border, the southern border, that the illegal immigrants that are coming across the border are actually using these children and then recycling these same children over and over again, using them in this trafficking operation? It's unbelievable. And of course, this is exactly what's happening as part of this massive operation. So we're going to talk about that coming up here with JJ
It was reported in the mainstream press this week. If you care to look, I know you care to look because you're watching Redacted, but a lot of people don't. So we're going to take a look. Brace yourself. You can tell I'm not in a good mood today. I'm not in the mood to be nice to anybody. Clayton, after the show, you might want to run in the opposite direction.
Ladies and men out there, that's why they have a thing called a man cave. That's why,
all right.
That's why we can bar the doors. I told my daughter that last night.
No mood for bullshit.
My 12-year-old, I'm like, you have to understand, this is why men need a place in their house, whether it's the garage, a workbench, they need a man cave.
I was going to say, I have a neighbor that he is around about noon, 1 o'clock. His garage door is open, and he is in his garage until well after dark. Like any time of day, I leave, so he's just in his garage.
Are you welcome to join him?
I've never asked. I don't want to hang out in his garage, but
oh, all right.
A panic room. Bodie Master says a panic room. Yeah, that's right.
All right. Before we get to the next subject, I'm looking down the rundown. I'm like, every single one of these stories pisses me off. Today I can't be in a good mood about it, but I'm in a good mood that you're here, and I'm in a good mood that we're together. That makes me happy. So before we move on, I'll tell you about our show sponsor in a joyful way. So if you would like to grow your own business, if you'd like to launch.
Multiple adults are using these same children in these sex trafficking operations at the U.S. southern border, and nothing is being done about it. Somebody who's been warning us about it as part of a brand new documentary series. And it's one of the, I'll say this, hand to the heavens, it is the most powerful documentary I have ever seen. And I encourage all of you to go to thisistreason.com to see what J.J. Carroll, former 24-year veteran of the Customs and Border Patrol, has done along with partner Ryan Mata. Unbelievable documentary. And J.J. is, of course, trying to get the message out to anyone that will listen right now. Members of Congress, the United States, we need to wake up. And JJ is joining us today. JJ, welcome back to the show. Great to see you, and amazing work on this documentary. I know we'll talk a little bit about it a little bit later, but it is the most powerful piece of filmmaking I have ever seen.
Wow, that's an incredible statement right there. And I share it with you, and I don't say this with any arrogance because I have nothing to do with it. I was just in it. Ryan Matta and his team, his editing team, created what I believe is a unicorn, never to be seen, has never been seen, and will never be seen again unless he creates the second one, which he says is even better. But I believe it is that impactful, and I'm glad that you share that. And the people that have been reaching out to me are saying the same thing. I have never seen anything like this. It's the most powerful documentary I've ever seen. So I wish it wasn't. I really do. I wish that I didn't have to create a documentary on the federal government child sex trafficking. Dear God, listen to what I just said. That is shocking on its own, Clayton, that I'm using federal government in coordination with child sex trafficking. I can't believe that I can't believe I have to say that out loud. I can't believe that I spent months of my life documenting and creating a documentary about the federal government trafficking children. I mean, that's shocking on its own.
You know, it really does make like The Sound of Freedom look like a Disney film. I mean, I'm just going to be bold and say that. It really does. So again, go to thisistreason.com, buy the documentary. Our audience has been amazing in the pre-orders, but go and check it out because now we've got this story today. I want to get your take on all of this. Yes. So the Border Patrol agents warning that children as young as 8 years old are being recycled by different smugglers at the border. I mean, this is just one of like 20 stories right now that we have at the border. And then Kamala Harris is going to go down there to Arizona and pretend like our border is secure. And she's now said she's against walls. She doesn't want any walls. I mean, they have literally created this insanity and this treasonous act. So first of all, your response to this 8-year-olds and recycled smugglers story.
You know, the sad thing is it just bounces right off me. Why? Because I watched it. I watched it in my career. It became very normal under President Obama because President Obama refused to allow us to separate families. But under Trump made sure that these men that come in with these children are DNA tested, and we interview the child and the quote the parent, and if they're not, we separate them. Let me explain what this means when a man brings across a child. They call it renting. So they're renting children on the South Side. These are young children that have been sold or rented by their families or kidnapped from Central America and Mexico, brought up to the border. They have been brutally raped multiple times. And when you look at these children, they drug them up almost to comatose state where they can't function. Their eyes don't move. They just sit there. And literally, I know it's hard to believe, the illegal alien just throws the child on his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, comes through the border. We release them because now there's no DNA testing. Biden removed all DNA testing. Do you know, Clayton, if that I'm a Border Patrol agent, I go, that's not his father. They can't even tell you when the child's born or their date of birth. I can't give a DNA test unless that man consents. So you know what they tell the Border Patrol? I don't consent. That's my child. Bye. And we release them. The illegal alien walks onto our streets to go wherever they go. That illegal alien turns the child back over, the package, to the cartel on the north side, and then they walk the child back. And then they rape the child, and then they drug the child up some more, and then they rent it to another person, and they tack on their smuggling fee. This is happening. Everyone knows it's happening, Clayton. This is not a one-off or this is not an anomaly. This is an every single day occurrence across the entire 2,000 miles of the southern border, and our government does nothing. Nothing. Think of what you and I are talking about. We're not talking about a dog or a cat. Maybe, Clayton, if we were talking about pets, people would be more upset than having children be done that.
Right. Yeah. If we were talking about pets, maybe the Today Show would actually cover it. Maybe 60 Minutes would actually cover it. But no, we're talking about children. And so it's completely blocked because it's all part of the apparatus. What you've uncovered in your documentary is that this isn't just some anomaly. This is an orchestrated invasion, and it's being carried out through the United States government under the head of the Department of Homeland Security. And it's being handled with all of these different NGOs, these non-governmental organizations, and it's a multi-billion-dollar industry. So when so much money is at stake, of course they're going to cover it up.
Yes, because they're all getting wealthy off it. Listen, let's just go to the base, okay? Let's just go to the root cause, as Kamala Harris says. If you want the border to be open, meaning you want more legal residents, legal immigrants to come into America and receive the green cards, then go to Congress and say, I need 10 million. I need 20 million a year, whatever that number is. But here's the rub, Clayton. If they come back and say we need 10 million, then the question is, well, what do you do about the 10 millionth in one or the 30 millionth that tries to cross? You're not going to build a wall, Kamala Harris? You're not going to stand up to Border Patrol? This is the same woman that on X just saw this today, where somebody unearthed a clip of her dancing and shouting, no more deportations, no more deportations. Lady, you are the border czar. Your responsibility is the sovereignty and protection and safety of the United States of America, and you have abdicated. You have not just abdicated, you have done this intentionally and purposefully. You are trying to destroy America. You are trying to fundamentally transform our nation. And if people won't speak this boldly and just say the truth, then our country is going to die in silence. And you're going to shock. You're going to be, yeah, you're watching it. You're watching it in Springfield, Ohio, and everyone's shocked that they allowed 20,000 illegal Haitians into a community that had 38,000 people. You decimated the grave diggers are throwing shovels of dirt on the casket of Springfield. That community's dead. I don't care what you think that the people are going to do in Springfield. It's dead. It's a dead community because thousands more of illegal alien Haitians are pouring in, and you will be the minority, meaning the American will be the minority in their own community. It's over. It's over. And when they find out, Clayton, when they find out that they can win seats in the city council, in the school board, and take over the mayor, that's when the game changes. It's over. You can't.
And we're seeing it all across the United States. Of course, the reports about all of this Venezuelan gang violence now making national headlines. Finally, we've been covering it for weeks here on the show, and people called us xenophobic. You're anti-Venezuelan. No. We talked about the root cause of destabilizing a country and then coordinating with the Department of Homeland Security and wide opening our borders to allow all these Haitians to pour across the border, to allow these gang members from Venezuela to pour across the border into the United States. It's all coordinated. It is treason. It's all part of the plan. And are you surprised at all now to see the reports in San Antonio of this Venezuelan gang violence, Miami, Queens, New York, now Chicago on the precipice of disaster and a city about to explode? Surprising to you at all?
No, because Ryan Madden and I went across America and we documented it. It's going to be in our new documentary, Invaded. It's going to come out in 1 month. We documented it. Now, the question I get, which is shocking from interviewers, is, well, do you think that this is just like random? They're just taking over apartments in Dallas and Connecticut and San Antonio and Chicago and New York. And I'm like, are you kidding me? When you look at major gangs, huge international gangs like Tren de Agua from Venezuela, they're a corporation. They have a CEO. And he is dictating down to his lieutenants, this is what we do. We take over communities, apartment complexes, and then we own neighborhoods. And that's where our home base is. And then, then we're going to spread out across America. And we're going to what do you do when you're an army? You need land. You need to occupy land. That's what they're doing. And everyone's sitting here going, well, I don't know. Well, maybe that's just Aurora, Colorado. No, they're in Connecticut. They're all over. This is just what we know about. And look at Aurora, Colorado. This is something maybe bigger that needs to be discussed, Clayton, is we have allowed millions, but in thousands within communities of illegal alien gang members. Our police forces are not prepared for this. Aurora, Colorado has 748 law enforcement officers for a community of 400,000. What that means is that Aurora, Colorado is an extremely safe place. They didn't need law enforcement. Now you have thousands of gang members inside Aurora. The police cannot, even if they wanted to, they can't win this war. And it is a war. They will be slaughtered in the streets by the Venezuelan gang members. Period.
It's the sanctuary cities, right? It's the same.
Yes, it is.
So You can't fight these sanctuary cities. And this is the point that I think is now coming to light, where you're seeing all of these pockets of violence all across the United States. They all have one thing in common: sanctuary cities. So it's very easy for you to find out if you live in one of these areas, because the crime spreads out. It's not just like in Aurora. It's not just in Chicago. It's not just in Miami or in San Antonio. It spreads out into the suburbs. So all these people that think, that's not near me, I don't need to worry about it. Sure, leave your garage door open at night and see if your bikes are there in the morning. Like, this is being reported all over the place. And the number of crime statistics is surging. We just got the new crime statistics out this morning. It's staggering. So theft is up, skyrocketing. Again, just let your kids run around in the neighborhood. Let your bikes sit out in the front of the house. Let your, you would normally maybe leave your garage door open at night or in the afternoon while you're at home. Yeah, see if your bikes and see if all your valuables are there when you come home. Like, this is happening all across the United States, adjacent to these sanctuary cities.
It is. And when you look at it, let's just look at St. Louis, Missouri. This is because I live in Kansas. So it just came out yesterday. A wonderful man, police officer, 18 years, 2 children, gets run over by illegal alien in St. Louis, murdered, killed, on line of duty. Wait a minute. The illegal alien had multiple arrests, multiple DUIs, multiple assaults. Why is that illegal alien in our country? But I want you to understand, I'm not talking about one police officer or one beautiful man that got destroyed and his family's ruined forever. I'm talking about millions. This is happening across America, as you said, and it's proliferating. I could go, Clayton, right now. We can do a timer, and I could go for 24 hours straight without even taking a break, drinking water, and just go from one crime to another, to another, to another of illegal aliens destroying, rape, murdering, assaulting U.S. citizens across our great country. And our government has done nothing. And Clayton, this has to be said. This has not just happened overnight. This started under Obama, but it really accelerated under Biden. And the Border Patrol and local and law enforcement and DHS has not done one thing to stop it. Not one. I talk to all my guys all the time. They're saying we're doing nothing. Nothing has changed. It's all the same. 500,000 children have been lost under Joe Biden. They have been arrested and released and lost. They've had to admit that they have lost over 320,000 children. How do you lose 320,000 children? And I'm telling you, the number is 500,000. They just haven't told us yet. And why I sound so passionate, the clock is ticking. The clock is ticking right now, America. We're at 50 million illegal aliens inside America. 50 million. It's not even disputed in the House of Congress. They don't even dispute it. They just acknowledge it.
Yeah, we're watching a nation in absolute decline right now, and America better wake up. I mean, I think that's why you're seeing it in these poll numbers now. The media is trying to hide what's about to happen and the decline and the destruction of Kamala Harris, and Americans are fed up. 66 days now with no press conference. No wonder they're hiding her from the press because they don't want her speaking to the cameras. Absolutely not. They don't want her speaking to the cameras. And regardless of what you think about President Trump, we know his track record on the border the last time. And so you can either choose what you currently have, or you can go back to what you knew worked but from before. And that's what we're sitting on right now. Your team just sent over a code. I want to make sure everyone gets a chance to get this for what is treason. Please, everyone right now, go support this documentary. With the code redacted 15, you're going to get a nice discount on it. You get the first documentary that's just come out. Okay. And then you're going to get the second one for free, which comes out in about a month, which is Invaded, which I can't wait to see that as well. These 2 documentaries are like bookends to America's story right now on illegal immigration and what's happening. And what JJ and Ryan have done is just unbelievable and staggering. So again, redacted 15 is the code. Again, I'm not affiliated with it in any way. We're not profiting in any way. I just want to be very clear about that. This is just, we want to help and get this message out. I really, really think that this is one of the most important documentaries you could ever see. So yeah, go to the website right now. It's thisistreason.com. Use the code redacted15 to get a nice little discount. And we really want to thank JJ for what he's done, his amazing team. Once again, JJ, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for your time, Clayton.
Thanks, JJ. And I should point out too, I mean, when you watch this documentary, don't watch it in front of your kids. I will tell you that. It is the most eye-opening thing you will ever see. And the sources that they've got in this documentary, I mean, these are people who've worked in these facilities on camera, admitting these are government whistleblower sources on camera, walking you through exactly how the child trafficking operation goes from point A to point B to point C. And of course, the United States government is the biggest purveyor of all of this. They've taken basically the main pain point away from these cartels and now are actively facilitating the most difficult part of the journey. And the Biden administration is doing this. So it's deeply, deeply troubling. It's a documentary every American should see. It's one of those that I want to share like with my extended family, you know, and you wonder like how many people in your extended family would sit and actually watch this.
Yeah.
You know, you must sit and watch this thing. As difficult as it is, it really is it's the best documentary I've ever seen. So
terrific. Okay, we're going to talk about the war in Ukraine because Zelensky is still in town with an open hand, trying to get the United States to continue to support this war. And he's terrified that if Trump wins, that won't happen anymore. So this might be his last free trip to the United States. Who knows?
I mean, he's
right?
actively campaigning for Kamala Harris right now. Zelensky is actively campaigning for Biden, Harris, and Waltz right now throughout Pennsylvania. I mean, it's unbelievable. You have the head, a Ukrainian dictator who canceled elections, is in the United States bashing J.D. Vance, bashing Trump, and basically campaigning on behalf using. You're paying for it. Taxpayer dollars are flying him in so that he can go and campaign for Kamala Harris.
Yes. Okay, we're going to talk about that in a second. Oh,
maybe Trump should throw him a curveball and bring Putin over to campaign for him.
Do a summit.
That would be hilarious. Yeah. I mean, Sergey Lavrov is in town. Like, let's have you want to meet with me then? Yeah, you got to meet with that guy too. Okay. First, we're going to tell you about, though, Tax Network USA, because do you owe back taxes? Well, pandemic relief is over, and the IRS, has hired how many? 80,000, over 80,000 new agents. And what are they doing? Well, they're sending over 5 million pay-up letters to those who have unfiled tax returns or balances owed. So don't waive your rights and speak with them on your own. They are not your friends. Tax Network USA is a trusted tax relief firm in order to present what he calls a victory plan, which is no plan at all. It's just a request to let Ukraine into NATO and to keep giving them money. Now, obviously, he hears President Trump saying we need to end the war in Ukraine. We need to get out of Ukraine. We need to broker a peace deal. And he doesn't like that because Trump has said it many times. He said it on the debate stage. He said it ever since. His running mate, J.D. Vance, says that he wants the U.S. to stop funding the war in Ukraine. Zelensky is just praying to God that Trump does not get elected, because then this would be his last free trip, all expenses paid, probably has the best suite in town, hotel suite in town, to come to the United States. Now, on the campaign trail, though, Trump did say, now that this sort of bickering between the two of them has come to an end, Trump said he's just tired of this act from Zelensky. Watch.
We will win. We will. He's been saying that for 3 years. Every time Zelensky comes to the United States, he walks away with $100 billion. I think he's the greatest salesman on earth. But we're stuck in that war unless I'm president. I'll get it done. I'll get it negotiated. I'll get out. We got to get out.
I love his Zelensky impression.
We will not leave until we win. What happens if they win? That's what they do, is they fight wars. As somebody told.
Okay.
Yeah. What does it mean to win? And what does it mean to win? No one asked that question, right? No one asked that question during the debate either. Like when Kamala was like, we're going to help them win. What does that actually mean? Does that actually mean you're going to go and invade Crimea and take that land back?
That's the nonsense they've said, is not only do they want the territory that's disputed now, they want Crimea back from 10 years ago, lol.
Yeah, you want the land back that doesn't understand. Just read John Mearsheimer's great works on this. Study Jeffrey Sachs's great works on this.
Jack Bode's, Gilbert Doctor out. Yeah, there's a lot of academics and people who study this conflict who won't repeat to you CNN headlines. So, okay. Now, Zelensky is responding to this promise by Trump saying he's going to get them to peace by saying, well, no, actually, peace is not possible. You can't have peace. It's not really an option. in. He said, we have to have war, and I want to come back and pitch this under a Harris presidency even more. What he specifically said is Russia can only be forced into peace. It's like, that's like saying doesn't make any sense. It's the stupidest thing.
You can't have peace yet. We haven't beat you up yet. We can't.
Yeah.
We can't stop. I have to beat you up first. Otherwise, it's not peace.
They had peace until they started bombing the Donbass. Like, what?
That was over a decade ago. Yeah, that was a long time ago. Well, they had peace until the United States decided to foment a coup in 2014 and turn their government over and then allow them to bomb their own people. So he doesn't really want peace. He probably was still in college, when that happened last. Okay. So again, this nonsensical quote, Russia can only be forced into peace. And that is exactly what's needed. Forcing Russia into peace as the sole aggressor in this war, the sole violator of the UN Charter. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Also, Zelensky doesn't think that Ukraine is an aggressor. That's so funny, right? What do they call bombing civilians since 2014? What do they call kidnapping people off the street and forcing them into conscription to fight their war? What do they call attacking inside Russian borders? What do they call that? They're not an aggressor. That happened today. We can see you. So, okay. This is how the Kremlin responded to the idea of forcing Russia into peace. They said Zelensky is delusional. Russia also says that victory in this region is inevitable. So for Russia, they have a clear idea of what victory means. It means the space that they were asked to come in and protect from Ukraine's continued attacks, they will keep it. Those people voted. The borderline stays there now. And the fighting stops. That's what Russia considers victory. It's a pretty clear plan. Seems to me that's going to continue to happen. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, he's in the United States for the UN conference today. And he said this. He said, victory is the only plan because they don't understand any other language. Who is they? Occidentalists, the West. It's those of us who suffer from living under the military-industrial complex that likes to wage war abroad and doesn't actually understand ever the context of the things that we're up to. So here's what he added. This is Sergei Lavrov. Whenever the West infiltrates to fix a crisis, things only get much worse. Thousands of victims, devastation, and socioeconomic problems follow. In my years of work in the international arena, there has not been a single case of the West's intervention resulting in anything good. Now we're seeing the same thing with Ukraine and the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Ouch. That bit of truth hurts. Can you think of, is he right? Can you think of any time that the West has intervened and good things happened where it ended up for the better?
Iraq?
No.
Afghanistan?
No.
Spanish-American War. Remember the Maine false flag? Vietnam?
No. Guys, there's got to be one. Okay, so I sat there thinking today.
Korea.
D-Day is the only one I can think of. D-Day is the only one I can think of.
Yeah, but Sergei Lavrov was not working then. He said, in all of my years working in the international arena. So
okay, so modern.
So that doesn't count. So not since
Libya.
World War II have we done anything good. Libya, no. Nicaragua, no.
Syria,
no.
Venezuela,
guys.
That we did.
No, I'm asking really that. Yeah,
Haiti.
no.
Haiti. When the Clinton Foundation and the Clintons destroyed Haiti. That's helped us, right? Because now we have a lot of Haitians in the United States. Yeah, when we destroyed
Someone
Venezuela.
Says Japan. No, we dropped a bomb on them. We dropped a nuclear
Japan,
bomb.
I think they're joking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hiroshima.
Yeah. I was hoping. Okay, maybe there's a conflict I haven't studied. Is this Grenada?
Canada.
Soviet Afghanistan. Okay. Yes, actually, we did help We did help Afghanistan kick the Soviets out.
Yes, we armed and helped the Mujahideen.
Bad news. I guess it's
Yeah,
bad news for
we
you.
then went back and tried to do the exact same thing ourselves.
Exactly. We're like, who armed these people?
But for a short period of
wait a
time,
minute,
we did good.
Did. We armed the Mujahideen. Yes, Captain. Was it the
Captain Obvious?
No, what was his Captain?
Charlie Wilson.
Charlie Wilson. Yeah, Senator Charlie Wilson. Yeah, Charlie Wilson's war. Yeah, so we armed the Mujahideen to get the Soviets out of Afghanistan. And then we went
only
to war
to
with
turn
them.
around and do the exact same thing ourselves.
How about when we created Hamas?
Mm-hmm.
That worked out well, right? I mean, we're getting the war that we want now, right?
Okay.
I can't really think of anything. But yeah, that is right. When we helped the Mujahideen in the 80s against the Soviets, I guess.
That's
At least the
something.
CIA has decided to start telling the truth. That's a win for today. So today,
That is a win
CIA
for
is gonna
today.
So.
Yeah.
And Borg Khan says in our chat and Rumble, he says it was the Soviets that were assholes. Russia is not the USSR. That's that's 100% accurate.
Yeah, it was the Bolsheviks that were in Afghanistan.
I just finished reading
not current Russians.
Anthony Beevor's Beevor. He's British. His great work on Russia and the Bolsheviks. And you want to talk about just some of the worst human beings.
I don't. No, we have already established that Natalie's in a bad mood today.
Go read about the Bolsheviks. Oh my God. Yeah. Anyway.
All right. We're going to move on to Justin Trudeau because he's a clown and we can use some comic relief. We're going to talk about him in a second because he also is in town for the United Nations and he was on Colbert recently. And he is generally one of the best butt of our jokes because he's an idiot.
Yeah. Also, he just a few minutes ago survived a non-confidence vote. So, I mean, how much of a clown do you have to be in Canada and you still cannot get thrown out of office? I mean, look at the United States, right? We have Biden still, but I mean, yes, a non-confidence vote. Trudeau just survived that non-confidence vote, but he's got a new job that he's planning for. Yes, we're going to tell you about that in just moments. What could Trudeau's next job be? Oh, wait until you hear about this. So we're going to talk with David Creighton in just moments about that. But first, listen up, America.
Tax. This will be a carbon tax referendum, a carbon tax election. And I know that the media has worked hard to try and avoid me saying the words carbon tax, as we saw in the extremely dishonest and fraudulent report from Bell Media controlled CTV. Who's a company that is whose bonds have been downgraded to near junk status as its overpaid CEO empties the books to pay his wealthy friends an unacceptably and unrealistically high dividend. But the reason why he and his other cronies of that company are going after me is because he knows that I'm standing up for the people against the crony capitalists and insiders like him.
And Justin Trudeau just appeared on the Stephen Colbert show. I mean, those are two peas in a pod trying to save his job in New York City. David Creighton writes at the Post Millennial. He's got a great YouTube channel as well, Creighton's Right. And he joins us now to talk about all of this. A lot of craziness happening in Canada, David. So it appears that Justin Trudeau has a job for another day.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised how quickly this collapsed around the opposition motion. There was a lot of hope, a lot of encouragement at the very beginning. This was going to mean the end of this Trudeau tyranny, that Pierre Poilievre really was going to get some support from the other opposition parties. Suddenly we have Jagmeet Singh, the leader of the NDP, saying, it's not that I support Justin Trudeau anymore. Remember, I just ripped up our coalition agreement, but I just oppose Pierre Poilievre so much. I am so anti-conservative that I have to support the government. And of course, the treasonous, traitorous Bloc Québécois party, a separatist party that I always say has no business sitting in the House of Commons. It doesn't fight for Canada. It doesn't work for Canadians. It fights for separatism. But it also supported the Trudeau government in this. And once again, why are they doing that? Are they going to get some favors back from the Trudeau government? Well, of course they are. They have their agenda. It's all about Quebec for the Bloc. But the NDP, of course, we don't know what on earth Jagmeet Singh is thinking from one day to the next. And one day he's talking about ripping up the government, and I just can't stomach Justin Trudeau anymore. I can't stomach the Liberals because they have no credibility. They have nothing in common with the ordinary Canadians they pretend to represent. The next day he's talking about he has to support them. So these are very strange times politically in Canada. But I think Pierre Poilievre has made a point here with this non-confidence motion. He's going to continue to insist the government be accountable to Canadians, which Justin Trudeau continues to refuse to do. He does not want to be accountable. One of his ministers recently said, Canadians don't want elections. It was the Foreign Affairs Minister, actually, Melanie Joly, who said, Canadians don't want elections. They just want us to govern. Well, is he going to be saying that in 2025 if he survives until the next planned federal election? Will he say, Canadians don't need elections. They just need me. They just need the Liberals to continue to govern. This is a very ominous expression coming from any cabinet minister in the Liberal government.
We also have French President Emmanuel Macron is coming to Canada. That's going to be another peas in a pod there. It's amazing to me, the wildly unpopular French President Macron is coming to meet with Justin Trudeau, I guess, to try to bolster support in Canada. This is hilarious. I mean, is Macron well liked in Canada at all? What's the thinking here? I've seen the U.S. press calling it the Obama effect, like they're hoping that a little bit of that love from Emmanuel Macron will rub off on Trudeau.
I'm certainly not seeing any indication of this outpouring of affection for Emmanuel Macron. This is a man who wants to go to war with Russia, with a French military that's almost laughable. And besides that, he's been facing huge protests in his own country. So I don't know where the illusion is coming from that Macron has any popularity in Canada that's going to rub off on Trudeau. Trudeau would accept anybody's popularity at the moment. He's 20 percentage points behind the Conservative Party. He remains in the basement. He's going anywhere possible to get the love and affection he thinks he deserves. He's not getting it from Canadians. Wherever he goes, he faces protests. He faces opposition. So, as I think we're going to be discussing momentarily, he went to New York City to get some warmth and affection, first of all, from the United Nations, where I believe he wants to be the next Secretary General to replace the very aged Antonio Guterres. He was auditioning for a job there this week. Then he goes where, of course? He goes to see Stephen Colbert, where the audience just thinks Justin is so cool.
I mean, one of the questions I was actually surprised, he kind of brought up the fact that he's been, not well liked. He talked about the unpopularity and I loved his response. And we can't show any clips of the Colbert Show because we'll get a copyright strike for whatever reason. The Colbert Show in 60 Minutes, they don't want you promoting their show at all and talking about it. So we'll just show you some still images here. But what's interesting is that Trudeau said in response to why he's so unpopular, he said, people are taking a lot out on me for understandable reasons. I've been here and I've been steering us through all of these things. And people are sometimes looking at change. Like, what does that mean? So the reason he's disliked in Canada is because he's been steering Canadians through troubled times, and that's why they dislike him. He steered you guys through COVID. He's steered you through the Ukraine war. He's your leader, David.
Well, he's steering us to the precipice of disaster. That's where we're going under Trudeau. But this is it's emblematic of a narcissistic individual to say, it's not my fault. It's not my problem. Don't you people realize that I'm just essential to your well-being, that I am essential to the future of Canada? This is how he talks now. He was asked about the non-confidence vote, for instance, and he said, it's about power for the Conservatives. And here I am. I don't want power. I'm seeking the good of all Canadians. And he talks in this ego-driven, unalloyed, narcissistic manner in a consistent way. But I laughed at him on the Colbert Show because he described Canada as this land of rainbows and unicorns. He said, well, not all the time, though, but we have our fair share of it. Is there a 10-year-old girl trying to emerge from the body of Justin Trudeau? Because rainbows and unicorns, it's very, very bizarre language, but I really almost lost it when he recommended Canada's healthcare system as the panacea for all of the US's ills, and that don't come up to our border for cheaper drugs anymore. Just have Medicare like we have, so you can spend more in your taxes than you already spend for private health care. And you can go outside of the country to find operations that you can't have done because Medicare can't provide them. 100,000 Canadians leave the country every year to go to the US, Stephen Colbert, for operations that they can't get in Canada in a timely manner. They'll die before they get the operation. That's how great Canada's healthcare system is.
Yeah, if you have an emergency, maybe you can get help there in Canada. But if you've got I have friends in Canada who've said ear, nose, and throat issue, other stuff, and the earliest appointment they could get was 2026 to go see a specialist to get it taken care of. 2026, like that's Canada's healthcare system. Way to go! It's unbelievable. And it's amazing that he's in New York meeting with the likes of Klaus Schwab at the United Nations and these other individuals, these globalists who are trying to wrest power away from sovereign governments. That is the plan. Over the weekend, the Summit for the Future, the Pact for the Future, which is what they were signing, basically takes sovereign power away from Canada, away from the United States, and it gives power to the United Nations. No wonder he was in New York. He's wildly unpopular, 33% approval rating for Trudeau. It seems to be the same strategy is being deployed in Canada as it is in the United States, David, which is we don't need voters. We don't need elections. We will just sort of sidestep all of that and we will just rule. So you like us. We don't need elections. We don't need voters. That's exactly what they're trying to do right now in the United States.
Well, precisely, because when Biden was running for president, people said, don't worry, it's the people around him that matter. Kamala Harris, you don't think she's very intelligent? Don't worry, she's surrounded by some great advisors. And that's the argument. Don't worry about who you vote for, worry about the people they surround themselves with. And of course, this is insanity. But it comes back to me, there is a stark similarity between the last days of Joe Biden as the Democratic presidential candidate and the last days of Justin Trudeau as the leader of the Liberal Party. 24 hours before Nancy Pelosi deposed Joe Biden as her party's candidate for president, Joe Biden was on the stage literally 24 hours beforehand saying, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to be my party's candidate in the next presidential election. 24 hours later, he was passing the torch to a new generation. It was just a game. Justin Trudeau was saying the same thing. He just lost another by-election, which we didn't mention. He lost a huge by-election in Montreal, Liberal stronghold like Toronto, a seat formerly owned by his justice minister at the time, David Lametti, who resigned his seat after he was demoted as justice minister. Strong Liberal seat, though, was picked up by of all things, the Bloc Québécois, which really is not popular in Federalist Montreal. But Trudeau said even before he lost it, he knew he was going to lose that seat. He said, I'm not going anywhere. And I thought, where have I heard that before? It sounds like Joe Biden.
Exactly. Yeah, we don't need voters anymore. I mean, yesterday on the show, I described the 28th Amendment in the United States and how they're moving to basically sidestep elections in the case of a mass casualty event, emergency powers. We don't need voters. We don't need special elections. And seems like Canada moving in that direction as well. We don't need elections. Canadians just want people to rule. Maybe Zelensky. Maybe that's why Zelensky's in town. They can learn how it is to cancel elections and learn from that in Ukraine. David Creighton, great to see you as always. Really interesting times as we head into an election in the United States, watching what unfolds with the visit of Emmanuel Macron of Canada. I hope you guys roll out the welcome mat for the wildly unpopular Macron in Canada. David, great to see you as always, my friend.
Thank you so much, Clayton. See you soon.
Thanks so much, David. Hey, I want to make an announcement. We're going to be giving away some free merchandise. Yes, some redacted hoodies, some redacted mugs and t-shirts, and it's all part of a plan for our newsletter. So you have to be subscribed to our daily newsletter. And what we're going to start to do is put some interesting little hidden nuggets inside of the newsletter. And then during our live show, we're going to be asking you, have you found these little nuggets? And the first individuals that are able to respond, we're going to do, I think, weekly in the newsletter and on the show. We're going to be giving away some redacted hoodies from our redactedstore.com. So you have to be subscribed to the free newsletter. It's totally free. We publish it every day, Monday through Thursday, and we cover about 4 or 5 of the big stories of the day. Plus, we try to do it with a little bit of humor, a little bit of levity, and bring you up to speed on things you might have missed overnight. You can read it during your morning coffee or over your lunch break, wherever you happen to be around the world. But anyway, go to redacted.inc, sign up, and you'll receive a welcome email from me, Clayton, at redacted.inc. Just move it over to your inbox because it might go to your spam folder, it might go to your junk folder or something like that. Just move it over to your inbox, and you have to click accept that, yes, you do want to receive the newsletter. And again, we publish it Monday through Thursday. So we're going to be starting giving away some of this merchandise and be able to feature some little hidden nuggets, little Easter eggs that are hidden inside of the newsletter. And then during the live show, we're going to ask you to participate. We're going to put up a live link that you'll be able to jump in and actually submit your answer in order to start getting some free redacted merchandise. So it's something we've done. We did a few years ago. It was wildly popular. A lot of people loved it. And people said, hey, can you bring that back? So we're going to bring it back. So yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Okay. So anyway, redacted.inc is the place to go to sign up for the newsletter. If you're already subscribed, great. But if you're not, join us, will you? Thank you guys so much for joining us here on the show. And we'll be back here tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern time. Hope you have a great night, everyone.
It's interesting.
As always, they have a great show. As always, they have a great show. As always, a great show. Great show. I was just looking at updates on the hurricane, and they are saying it's going to get worse. It is not looking good. They're predicting up to some of the seawalls 20 miles an hour. It is getting even worse than they predicted. They're predicting Leon County will be a close one. They're predicting a hit right into Tallahassee. So they're predicting it's going to be a catastrophic surge. It does not look good. It is a life-threatening storm. It don't look good. It don't look good. So people need to take of the storm. and really take warning on this storm. You are in the Florida area. So have you thought about the songs today you're going to put up on BNC?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
I think so.
As of 1 o'clock, the storm is 195 miles southwest of Tampa and moving at 16 miles an hour. So I think so. I am getting ready to end this live here in just a few minutes.
Open up Jitsi.
Yeah. I gotta make a ticker for this too. I haven't thought about it. And but I haven't seen where they've made the arrest. They've unsealed the indictment. I'm sure they've arrested him. He's Adams has made a conference that he is not going to resign. He is not resigning. So he's not going to resign. So that's interesting. But you know, we have a good song for this. Where is that propaganda? You know, our propaganda shut.
Oh,
He's not going to resign.
It's a nice on the audio, I think.
He is not going to resign. Well, we've got our corruption song.
We ain't made a video for that one. We could put that one up. Propaganda.
Here's one. We got to play this one for our trusty. Where I don't know where he's at.
All I hear is new chain, big house, fast car. It's so boring. And all of that is lies, man, it's so corny. Death threats coming every other day for me, but I don't believe a word, that shit is ghost stories. Hi, my name is Mellows, welcome to the show. If you are easily offended, then you probably should go. My resolution to lose is who my new music is triggered. And just 1 million views on YouTube is 2 big middle fingers. I don't apologize or compromise, I quantify the figures, cause I'm optimized for making a killing and getting bigger. Had to fire all along, I needed fuel in the flicker to light the fuse to the mixture of the rumors and liquor. They got nothing else to do but try to cut me with scissors. But what's a blade to a building made out of iron and pillars? Go ahead and cry me a river, cause I've been dying to go swimming. And I'm decided to find it funny when they whine, cause I'm winning. I just tell the truth, it's up to you to love or dismiss it. I'm just pointing out what I feel that the game has been missing. And every time I open my mouth up, you get offended. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now. But I hear's new chain, big house, fast cars, so boring. And all of that is lies, man, it's so corny. Death threats coming every other day for me, but I don't believe a word, that shit is ghost stories. Hi, my name is Mellows, welcome to the show. If you are easily offended, then you probably should go. My resolution to lose is who my new music is triggered. And just 1 million views on YouTube is 2 big middle fingers. I apologize and compromise and quantify the figures, cause I'm optimized for making a killing and getting bigger. Had to fire all along, I needed fuel in the flicker to light the fuse to the mixture of the rumors and liquor. They got nothing else to do but try to cut me with scissors. But what's a blade to a building made out of iron and pillars? Go ahead and cry me a river, cause I've been dying to go swimming. And I'm designed to find it funny when they whine, cause I'm winning. I just tell the truth, it's up to you to love or dismiss it. I'm just pointing out what I feel that the game has been missing. And every time I open my mouth up, you get offended. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lies are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now. No one's friends with me now. Can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now.
Wow, it's been interesting, let me tell you. I have not seen the official arrest of Adams yet.
It's on it.
I have not seen the official arrest yet.
Then
I've seen the official news conference. But I have not seen the official arrest yet. But I haven't seen the official arrest yet. So,
put my glasses.
so that I have not seen. So, all righty. Well, I am going to end the show, and I will see everybody tomorrow. We'll see what we can find. Maybe we will see the arrest of Adams, and we'll get an update on the hurricane because it's supposed to hit in a few hours. We will pray for everybody's safety of the hurricane. And we will see. I know they are having a hearing today, a congressional hearing on the assassination attempt on Trump. We will see what those hearings bring. And we will see what goes on with that. So everybody have a good afternoon, and remember to tune in to BNC Records to see what new ones drop today. So everybody have a good afternoon, and maybe we will see you later on another show. Tune in to Eyes on the Audit, Vigilante Media, Grim Reaper, and Bears and others. Stay tuned to see what comes next. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mama Bear. Good night. We'll see you on the next one.
You got it.
This is your emergency broadcast system. All civil unrest has gone global. All capital buildings and cities are under siege by the United States government to quell the domestic terrorist threat. All residents of urban neighborhoods and cities are being ordered to stay in their homes until the threats are eliminated. If you disobey orders, you could be shot on sight by rogue agents, federal forces, and domestic terrorist militias. This is your emergency broadcast system. This is a national alert. Imminent threat is nationwide. You must stay inside of your homes or risk being shot on sight. The conspiracy is upon you. Your conspiracy friends were right all along. Now you must learn to survive. If you hear this, you are the resistance. This is your emergency broadcast system. End of broadcast.